paid good money to see this movie. When they go out to a theater, they want cold sodas, hot popcorn, and no monsters in the projection booth.
Everyone pretend podcasting isn't boring.
Turn it off. Turn it off.
A wop bop a loo bam a lop bamboo to the fruity, oh Rudy, to the fruity, oh Rudy, to the fruity, oh Rudy. A wop bop a loo bam a lop bamboo. Got a girl named Sue. She knows just what to do. Got a girl named Sue. She knows just what to do.
Look, I'm not the first guy who fell in love with a girl he met in a restaurant who then turned out to be the daughter of a kidnapped scientist, only to lose her to her childhood lover who she'd last seen on a deserted island and who turned out 15 years later to be the leader of the French underground.
I know it. It all sounds like some bad movie.
Got a girl named Daisy. She almost drives me crazy. Got a girl named Daisy. She almost drives me crazy. She rocked me to the east, she rocked me to the west, but she's the girl that I love best. So to the fruity, oh Rudy, 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 to the fruity, oh Rudy. A wop bop a loo bam a lop bamboo.
Welcome to the Projection Booth. I'm your host, Mike White. Joining me once again is Mr. Chris Dashew.
I have one question and one question only for the two of you. How silly can you get?
Also back in the booth is Mr. Mark Begley.
This is not Mel Torme.
Yes, the boys from the files of Police Squad and Color, our limited series about Police Squad and the Naked Gun films. We're all back and talking about something we didn't discuss on that podcast. We're talking about Zucker's Top Secret. Released in 1984, the movie is a send-up of both Elvis movies and WWII espionage films. It's a very odd duck that stars Val Kilmer as Nick Rivers, a teen idol who has made a name for himself with a series of songs about surfing and skeet shooting. He goes behind the Iron Curtain to East Germany, where things haven't changed much since World War II, especially since it's Nazis in charge of everything, rather than the Communist Party. He becomes embroiled in intrigue, though Nick Rivers sticks his neck out for nobody until he meets the gorgeous Hillary Flammond and her band of freedom fighters. We will be spoiling this film as we go along, so if you haven't seen Top Secret, just turn off the podcast and come back after you have. We will still be here. So, Chris, I think this was the first time watch for you, so I'm very, very curious what you thought about Top Secret.
It was a first time watch, which is, again, I kind of feel like I've watched all these other movies now without the Rosetta Stone, as it were, for how to understand what they've been trying to do this whole time. This movie is, in a lot of ways, it's the best of everything we've seen. This is what it feels like. You know, that was kind of surprising when I got to the end of the movie and I was like, wow, this is kind of almost as much of a peak as Airplane was for me the first time I watched it. And I'm really excited to rewatch it for a second time. And then I haven't watched it for a third time yet, but the second time I watched it, I picked up on a lot more stuff than I did the first time, which is a positive for these kinds of movies, these ZAZ movies. But no, I had never seen this before. But if you've listened to the Police Squad show over on Weirding Way Media, you would know that I am a huge fan of Naked Gun and Airplane. So I'm more surprised that I had never seen this more than anything else, because I didn't have an entry point, because Elvis movies are not something I'm really still, even after having watched a whole month worth, I'm still not super acquainted with them. And World War II spy movies, I'm not a huge war movie guy either. So this movie would not have been scratching either of those itches for me, at least from the parody standpoint, at least the parody subject matter. But everything else is obviously right within my wheelhouse. So I enjoyed watching it the two times I watched it. I'm more disappointed at myself it took this long, because, again, it's just one of these movies that it feels exactly like everything else I watched with you guys over on the Police Squad show, but in a lot of ways better.
And Mark, what's your history with this movie?
I know I watched it back in the 80s, probably on video. I don't think I saw it in the theater. I had quite a few high school friends that were a couple years younger than me, and they were big fans of stupid comedy movies, which I would hesitantly put this under, just because some of the jokes are groaners or dad jokes and things like that. I don't think it's not stupid like date movie or epic movie stupid, but there are still those kinds of sight gags and puns that make you groan while you're laughing. I know I saw it quite a few times back then, and I probably haven't seen it, I would say, in at least 30 years. And so I was curious. I've been meaning to watch it. The Red Letter Media guys did a review of it. I think it's a couple of years ago now. And when they did that review, I was like, oh yeah, I should really go back and watch this. And it had been available on streaming for most of that time. And I just never did. And I kept telling my daughter, oh yeah, we should watch this. We should watch this. And just didn't get around to it until we decided to do this episode. And I think, like Chris, I'm happy to say that it's up there. I still think I like Airplane more, but it's definitely up there among their work for me. Probably second to Airplane.
I would probably do the same. I would probably say, and then this might tie with Fistful of Yen. I mean, obviously, Fistful of Yen is pretty short compared to this, but I know that I watched this a ton when I was younger. This was one of those that whenever it showed on cable, it felt like I was there watching it. So even if I didn't get a lot of the jokes, even if I didn't know a lot of the tropes that it was playing with, I mean, I was aware at that point of Blue Lagoon, which plays a major part in this movie, though I have yet to see the Blue Lagoon. I think my little mind couldn't have handled that when it was out originally, and that it just wasn't one of those that they showed as much as Top Secret on cable. But man, oh man, I love revisiting this movie, and this is one where I will actually, it's been a lot sooner than 30 years since I've seen it. I probably watch it maybe every 10 years, if not every 5, and it's one of those, like, if it's on cable, which is kind of rare these days, I will definitely throw it on. Though sometimes I mix certain scenes. I think in the prison, I mix up some scenes with things from Johnny Dangerously, because that was another one that just played on TV a lot when I was younger. So I think some of the stuff when he's originally in Flugendorf prison or later, yeah, I think it's that section of the movie is where I mix up a couple jokes with Johnny Dangerously. But I mean, this is, for me, very, very solid. Really like this movie, even if there are a couple jokes that I don't 100% understand, and I was hoping maybe you guys could help me out with those as we go along here.
I don't know if I'll be able to help, because I saw those in your notes and I was like, yeah, I don't get them. I don't get it.
Some of them feel a lot like the jokes from Airplane, where it's like, this may be played for somebody else, but it's not us in this day and age. It's like an Airplane where she's like, he never has another cup of coffee. Like, guys, like that. Yeah, like that's just an oddly specific joke that's not going to work past, this year. But you got to have them in there.
I started a watch of TJ Hooker. I've never seen TJ Hooker, not one episode, and I watched the pilot the other night, and that lady's in there. So as soon as I see her, I'm just like, he never takes a second cup of coffee.
It's not even cultural references for me, and I'll just point one out here that you mentioned in your notes, Mike, the sneezing with the deja vu character. And I mean, I get it. He's like telling Nick Rivers to act mature and about things, and then he sneezes in his hand and sees it and freaks out. But it's like, why a sneeze? Why is it boogers that are freaking him out?
Thank you. I was beyond, how many times I rewound my movie at that part to figure out if I had missed something in the scene before even? I was so confused.
Something that you would be afraid of if you were a tiny little child? I don't know. I've never been afraid of my own snot. I have to say, though, we're doing better. We're already doing better than I tried to listen to a minute-by-minute podcast about Top Secret. I made it through 3 episodes before I was just like, fuck this. So 3 minutes into the movie, and they already lost me, because even in this very first sequence with Omar Sharif fighting the Nazis on the train, one of the guys didn't realize how many Nazis there were on the train and just like, oh, wait, did that guy that he threw off, did he show up on the other side? And I'm like, oh my God, guys, one's got a helmet, the other one doesn't. Why would he show up over like this? Yeah, I was so frustrated.
Well, that's a great stunt, by the way. That sort of tuned me into, oh yeah, this is more of a real movie than Airplane even. And I would go so far as to say that this is more of a movie than any of the Naked Guns as well, even though that kind of, shuffled off the silliness or the lack of plot in Police Squad itself, where the Naked Gun movies were mainly plot. But this has got a lot going on. There's a lot of story in this. There is still that thing of a joke every minute. And like you, Chris, when I watched it yesterday and I watched it today and realized while I was watching it today, oh, I missed that yesterday. And I didn't have my phone on. I didn't have my computer on. I was watching the movie, but just looking away or blinking, I missed like at least 4 or 5 jokes. It just happened so fast. But yeah, there's so much story going on in this, and I think they hit that balance the best in this movie.
I can't believe anybody thought a top secret minute by minute podcast would be something the world needed.
That's just one of those ideas that's kind of, I think, hit podcasting pretty hard, either minute by minute or some of them do 3 minutes or something like that. And it's a way to, you've got 90 to 120 episodes right there for things. So,
and they're pretty short. They're only like 15 minutes long, or at least these guys' were. I think the Goodfellas ones might have been longer.
I listened to a couple of them as well, but that was way back when we were first starting, I think, the Police Squad show.
I mean, you couldn't pick better movies, though, with something like this where there is at least a lot of things going on every minute. I mean, like you said, Mark, this has that feel to it. I think in a lot of ways, you said, this is more of a movie. I think it's more of a movie to the benefit and the detriment of Top Secret. I think that the plot of the movie ends up kind of cutting into maybe telling more jokes. But again, that's perfectly okay because this is a narrative and it needs to have some semblance of a narrative structure and a point A and a point B and a point C. You would think, I mean, maybe the later Naked Gun movies maybe take a little bit more liberty with that than I think any of us would like to admit. But I like the plot of this movie and I like the idea. I think forcing World War II movies and beach blanket movies together it works well enough. I mean, it's a weird combo right off the bat. You've got that great cold open with Omar Sharif, and then you go into skeet shoot boogie, all the skeet shooting. And that's the other thing that I don't think I ever even thought about before when I watched this movie when I was younger, is just how anachronistic it is. I think it's supposed to be current. They make so many references to current things, and I'm thinking, okay, so this is early 80s East Germany in another world, because with the Nazis instead of the communists.
Nick Rivers back in the U.S. being like the number one, well, he's got the top 3 hits that are on the Billboard chart, and he's a total throwback. Shooting. Yeah.
Right, and that's the thing that throws me off, is that he is still embodying that Elvis Presley persona. His music is all, the skeet shooting stuff is 60s Beach Boys, but just about everything else he performs are 50s style tunes. And he looks like Elvis and dances like Elvis. And when they go to that pizza house in the movie, everybody there is dressed in 50s garb.
I kind of like it in the idea that this East Germany has never moved past. It's that, like, you think about the Soviet Union and, oh, they're so far behind, like they can't get blue jeans and these kind of things. So I kind of like it from that idea, though having Nick Rivers also be of the 1950s. Yeah, that's like, plus with the sexy songs. And yet, Hillary's talking about, oh, he was one of the lucky ones he got out during the Carter years. He was just like, okay, yeah, this is 1984, but it does feel like 1955.
I just assumed that it was a joke like the way an airplane, it's a joke that they're in a normal terminal, but it's meant to be set in the 50s.
Where you hear the propellers from the plane when they're inside of a jet.
I looked at it more as just like suited the needs to have him fighting Nazis, even if it makes no sense. But I think not making any sense feeds into the tone of the movie for me. Like, I personally find it very funny that it's East Germany, which is controlled by the Soviets, but they're Nazis, but it's also the 80s, but he's Elvis style character who totally wouldn't work in the 80s. Like, I think that works only because I've seen Airplane. I feel like if you watch this first, having never seen Airplane, you'd be like, what the fuck is this? Because again, like, Airplane has that same weird pairing of the time periods, and unintentionally it might seem the way they talk about it in the commentary for Airplane, but it still is there, and it's here, but it's here intentionally. In Airplane, it could be theoretically unintentional, because again, they kind of say, well, we didn't really care and can't really notice, but here it's clear as crystal, and I appreciate it. I think it just adds to the weird tone of the movie.
That's another thing that I find different about this one, is that it's more Looney Tune-ish. There's a lot more of that surreal cartoon humor in this one.
Val Kilmer makes the Roadrunner beat at one point.
Yeah, that's true.
literally
True.
Looney Tunes.
But one of the big jokes, and we've talked about it off podcast before, is that porcelain, the ceramic guard. That's like, to me, that's cartoon. Or at the beginning, that great stunt with the bridge, him crashing through that Nazi, crashing through that bridge unharmed.
Another cartoony one is the train, where the train is not moving and the things are moving past it, and the guy is chasing after the tree. Like, that's straight out of Looney Tunes. Come on.
The cow even being, once they go to a wide shot, it's a real cow, stuff like that. It really works well in this movie. And it seems like that's not something that they continued with much longer, but it marks sort of that clear difference between Airplane, Police Squad, and even Naked Gun, where this one, they just kind of went wild.
This also feels like the last time they were really beholden to playing with tropes of stuff. Like we talked in, Airplane obviously was based on 0 Hour, and you're just kind of fashioning this story around 0 Hour and basing so much on it. When we talked about Police Squad, we talked about how so much was based on M Squad and other TV detective shows, and they really, really held to that. In this one, they're kind of holding to some of the Elvis stuff, a lot of the World War II tropes, some of these things of like, okay, here's the little model, and, you go down this path, and then we're going to turn off the power here. I mean, that is like, Forced Time from Navarone type of stuff. We've seen that so many times. When it comes to Naked Gun, it feels like they were so lightly touching those police tropes. Like, there's nothing with any of the Naked Guns where you're just like, oh, this is this entire story. Like, this is Lethal Weapon, but we're redoing it. And I think we talked on one of the last episodes about Die Hard. Like, they never did a direct Die Hard parody type of thing where that would have been so easy to hang all of these jokes on there and be like, oh, see how Hans Gruber is, now this type of person, and here's Al Powell, and he's this type of person. I mean, I think they did some of that in Loaded Weapon, if memory serves, but there's not that holding on to these other movies or shows that we've seen. But I think this one still has a grasp on it, but they lose it with the next stuff. They lose it with the Naked Gun.
I'd be inclined to agree with you. I think obviously the way this movie works and the jokes that it's telling are, again, it feels like a lot more non sequiturs.
Nick, I've tried everything. The embassy, the German government, consulate. I even talked to the UN ambassador. It's no use. I just can't bring my wife to orgasm.
In a way that I appreciate it even more than I appreciate them really, like you said, sticking to the police stuff with Naked Gun. Like, in the show, not the movies so much, but the show, I think, really hewed close to the original source material. But I guess it's because they're mashing two things together that they don't really have to necessarily be all one way or the other. But again, like, the combination is so strange that it allows them to get away with all kinds of jokes that they wouldn't if they were just like, it's just a cop thing, or it's just a, fugitive ripoff or mafia movies. Like, this is kind of like, ultimately it ends up being whatever they want. And some of the best jokes in this movie have nothing to do with parodying anything else. Like Omar Sharif in a block of aluminum as a car.
Yes, from that mysterious 7th episode of Police Squad.
Yeah, and that kind of brings up the thing that we've hinted at is the reuse of jokes, or in that specifically being something that obviously tickled them enough to where a couple years later they're bringing it back for this. And it works here just fine. It works, that setup. I think it actually works better in this movie than it does in that script where and you put this line down in your notes, this isn't the Howard Johnson.
And we never get to see Omar Sharif again, which I think is good because they took that joke too far in that script we read where it was like the whole iron block educational film. So now you're in a crushed car kind of thing.
But they borrow from themselves from this movie with that whole dance routine, which is great in this. And I mean, it was good in the Naked Gun series as well. But for some reason, I just really enjoyed this one more. Maybe it was particular moves that they did, but man,
God, the face thing.
Yeah. As I'm watching it, I'm thinking, man, this is tough stuff. Not only remembering your lines, but then performing this along with a good number of other people doing the same moves, and they both do it. It appears that they're doing it effortlessly. God knows how many takes they had to do, but I mean, it's Val Kilmer, let's just say right now, for a first-time role, he just he goes all out in this thing.
There's no way you would think this was a first-time role, period. The
singing, the dancing, the stunts. I mean, he doesn't do the big stunts, but he does just the moves, that whole deal with the rugs. He does some flips. He goes up the wall with some help from wires. But, there's a lot of stuff going on. Even that, walking off the table onto a chair and tipping it over. I mean, if I did that, I'd break my neck. But, man, I'm thoroughly impressed with his performance in this.
As goofy a movie as this is, and as over the top a movie as this is, few actors get to make as an impression with the first role as Val Kilmer really did for me in this movie. If I had seen this movie when it came out, I would have been thoroughly impressed by Val Kilmer's performance, kind of evoking, not imitating, but evoking Elvis with that kind of constant shit-eating grin and and also just like amounts of swagger in a way that he feels in control of the situation, but he's not a dope like Frank Drebin is. He's kind of a dope. He's like halfway a dope in the way Frank Drebin's a total dope.
The one moment that I want to point to, I mean, yeah, the dancing, the singing, all that, the gymnastics that he's doing, the backwards acting that he does.
Oh my God.
And I love on the DVD, you can watch the scene forwards and you get to see how they had to act. The thing that gets me is how he studied himself, because they said that he had a recording of the whole scene and he studied himself and came back and did it better. He was able to know how to move his hand to make it look like he's catching the book rather than throwing the book. And the way that he's able to catch the book, and then does like that little victory thing after he successfully does it. And then he's doing it all backwards. I'm just like, this guy's fucking amazing. Yeah. What an amazing first performance. He just blows the doors off with this.
The thing that I will probably always remember about this movie is that scene, because it goes on for so long and they pull out literally every single trick you could think of to show you. They give you a fireman's pole, catching and throwing of a book, smoke. I mean, like all kinds of things, just every single thing you can think of in a scene like this, filmed forwards, or done backwards, but filmed forwards, however you want to perceive it. And it's just like, most of the time when they do it, it's like 10 seconds. It's not almost a minute and a half or whatever it is, because I can't even tell you how long the scene is, because it seems like it goes on for 5 minutes.
Oh, and what a smart way that you use the camera movement, that you start in a tight shot and you come back to a wide shot. But really, it's, obviously it's the opposite, but just that they're using that to give you this different framing. And there's even jokes inside of this, like
Lesbian Bars of North Carolina. The only book title that you can see in the whole shop. If you even notice it, without the help of trivia on IMDb, because I probably wouldn't have noticed it.
And it's a Swedish bookstore.
Yeah,
makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Do you like Swedish films?
I bet he just rehearsed this stuff in his New York apartment or whatever, or when they were over in England, wherever he was staying, like just practicing all this stuff in his flat the whole time they were filming. It's just effortless. Like I said earlier, performances, the stage performances, which I think could have probably only been one song, but I'm not going to complain because the songs are actually pretty good in this. And you mentioned, Chris, the How Silly Can You Get? I actually really like that song. But his physicality in this is amazing. I don't know if I can think off the top of my head of another movie where I have seen him be that physical before.
I'm thinking of the big roles. He might have done stuff that I wasn't aware of, but he was one of those people that was, somebody you wanted to watch for so many years. And then he eventually just started making some really shitty movies. He's got a ton of shitty movies in his filmography, but he's got a lot of diamonds in the rough as well. I mean, one of the ones, The Salton Sea, I think was amazing. And I'm a big fan of the David Mamet film Spartan, and that he just does a fantastic job. But then he was also he was trying to do the stuff with like The Saint that I just don't think worked at all. I really wish that it worked better and had given him a character that he could have been for many, many films. Jesus Christ, I just remembered his turn in Tombstone. He's fucking amazing in that too.
I'll Be Your Huckleberry.
Oh my God, he's so good.
He's one of the best parts of that goddamn movie. In a movie full of amazing, in a movie with Kurt Russell and Bill Paxton, Val Kilmer's one of the best parts. Shocking, said no one.
Powers Booth.
Well, bye.
People are probably going, haven't you seen Top Gun? And my answer is no. So if he was really physical on that, which I can understand that being the case, I haven't seen it. So
was that a homoerotic joke, sir?
No. Which part?
It's okay. They made it for you in that movie.
Well,
you didn't. I was kind of surprised Mike you didn't mention Kiss Kiss Bang Bang.
Oh my God. I mean, I think that's really one of the last great performances that he did. Though I'm trying to remember when he was fantastic in Bad Lieutenant Portacal's New Orleans. He was just so good in that. And, again, tiny role, but he just made the most of it. Have you guys seen the documentary Val?
I haven't watched it yet. We watched the trailer actually the other night. My wife played it. She was scrolling through Prime, and I don't know if I can do it. I don't really have a real big connection with him as an actor, but it just looks kind of depressing.
I like that documentary a lot. And you get to see, especially in those early days, when I talked to John Grise a few months ago for the Real Genius episode, he was talking about how a lot of these videos of Val being these, like he was basically doing audition tapes and sending them to directors. He was very forward about stuff, which, for better or for worse, I thought it was pretty cool. And it was Grise that was doing a lot of the camera work on those videos. And Val Kilmer was always with a video camera all the time. So like to see some of these images of him when he's such a young man and doing all of these roles, and including, Top Gun and some of the ones like The Doors and things that are going to make him more famous. But it was a really solid doc.
And it's unfortunate, really. I mean, his health issues kind of end up taking over a lot of his recent notoriety. I mean, even to the point where the documentary, I'm not sure the documentary would exist the way that it does if not for him getting throat cancer. The things that I've seen him in, I'm not surprised neither one of y'all mentioned it, but it was a big part for me growing up was he was Batman. And you know what? Like, I know that there are plenty of bones to be picked with those Batman movies, the Schumacher ones, and where the series went after Michael Keaton left, but that Val Kilmer Batman movie is not terrible, and Val Kilmer as Batman is better than I think most people remember and or give him credit for. It's a little it's a little reserved, maybe even more so than Michael Keaton does. I mean, Keaton has those moments where he bursts through, but he's pretty stoic. I mean, Val Kilmer as Batman is pretty stoic, but I think it kind of works in a world where you've got Jim Carrey playing the Riddler. So not everything has to be crazy and over the top. You maybe need the straight man to be Batman for once, but that's, another thing that, like, he played Batman and didn't stink up the screen as Batman, which is apparently something we took for granted at the time. So
I remember enjoying that one.
I think everybody in this film gives a solid performance. There's nobody in here where I'm just like, oh, gosh, yeah, that's rough. I mean, even down to the smallest roles, down to every single French freedom fighter that they have. I love all those guys, and I love, of course, the names and all these things. And that's the thing with this movie, kind of, again, comparing against Naked Gun and Police Squad. Here we have a lot of the wordplay going on, and especially if you know Yiddish, you're going to be getting a lot out of this movie. I mean, I don't know that much Yiddish, but I do know "Get Kraken off and Yom," which means basically go shit and jump in a river. And when the waiter walks up and says that to Nick and Hillary and says that to them like he's taking their order, I mean, I'd bust out laughing every single time. And then, like, some of the other ones, every once in a while I'll be like, oh, okay, oh, that's this. So it's like they've got, we talk about the foreground, background jokes. I mean, they've got also kind of weaving in there some of these language jokes that they just will drop, later on with the Naked Gun stuff, where you don't get all that play on words as much as we saw in, the previous stuff like Police Squad, like Airplane.
Yeah, I saw all those Yiddish explanations in the trivia, and I was like, man, I wish I was getting that when I was watching the movie. It's one of those things where, like in Airplane, where they've got the real people from the LAX terminal doing the PA stuff. It's like it's a joke for a select few. Although a bigger audience, I think, would know Yiddish than would know who those people were at the LAX terminal. It almost makes me kind of sad, some of the stuff that I don't get to catch unless I have, something in front of me telling me what it is.
Not everything is Ian McNeice smashing Omar Sharif in the face with a fake whipped cream can or it exploding in his face, which I think is, again, one of the best scenes. It's one of the best scenes in this movie. And Omar Sharif being the one on the receiving end of it is a stroke of genius.
I don't know how many times I will say, souvenirs, novelties, party tricks.
I mean, I love Ian McNeice. He is such, from Baron Harkonnen to the straight man. Speaking of Jim Carrey, he's actually really funny in Ace Ventura: When Nature Calls, because he plays the straight man to Ace Ventura throughout the movie, and he plays harried up against Jim Carrey really well, which is the right energy to have against a ball of energy like Jim Carrey. But he's really funny here for he makes the most of the two scenes that he's in. Let's just put it that way.
I love Billy Mitchell, who plays Martin as manager. And even though he gives us, you guys know that I'm not a big fan of like the sidelong glance kind of thing. They do it perfectly in this one when he and Hillary both say, oh, it's like we're in some sort of bad movie, and they look at us in the audience. But Martin breaks that wall when
it's the guy chasing after the moving tree. Does he flub a line during that scene?
I think he does. Yeah.
I'm like, that's a really weird line reading he's giving. Like, he doesn't finish his sentence, but it didn't seem to make sense as far as the context.
Right, where how he just trails
script.
off.
Yeah.
Yes.
He wouldn't say anything like that. And I'm like, that was weird. That's another one of those weird things. I'm like, did I miss this joke? Or was that a flubbed line?
I'm sorry, he's just a little tired from the trip. I normally wouldn't say.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Did they not reuse the gag that they used with Billy Mitchell's character at dinner, where he's doing the reading the note?
Oh, I love that.
You think Val Kilmer is reading the note, but he's actually. Don't they do that in Naked Gun?
I don't remember, but yeah, I love that. It's like, this doesn't do anything.
There's something similar. Yeah, there's something similar.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Either Naked Gun or Police Squad, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, how many times did Priscilla Presley leave him? Yeah, I'm sure she left notes every single time.
It reminded me of the gag from Spaceballs, Rick Moranis and George Weiner, I think is his name. They go up to Michael Winslow, and he's talking into the thing, and then they put it down, and he's still doing that. That's what it reminded me of. But I was like, that's a Mel Brooks thing. But I feel like there was, because Frank Drebin read those notes from Jane a lot. I know this. He did it at least twice.
At least.
At least twice. Mostly new jokes, sort of. I will say, I think the most inspired gag in the movie may be a man being sodomized by a bull and then not being able to walk afterwards, which will never not be funny.
Oh my God, I love
There's
it.
some butt jokes in here. There's that and the anal invader.
The movie's building to that joke is what it feels like. It feels like it's building to the moment where they can put the Jaws theme over a bull sticking where the sun don't shine. It feels like that's the moment the movie's building to.
The whole thing with Nigel being rescued by his Russian comrades, and that whole thing when Hillary's like, "Oh, you must have hated every minute of it." Look on his face.
Must have been awful.
Yes. And I love her going down under his grass skirt and coming back up with the measuring tape.
10 inches. There was another kind of repeat gag in that train sequence with the painting, when Val Kilmer's looking out the window. And it reminds me of the airplane bit with that whole in the psychiatric ward when What's-His-Nuts is painting the picture, and there's
Robert Hayes.
The soldier is actually there.
With his leg over his head and the baby in his arms.
Hey, how about give me a break?
You got it, Stryker.
I was expecting it to be his thumb because of the way that he used his thumb.
Yeah, that's how I remembered it. I'm like, oh no, it's the blurry trees that are going by. And I think the thumb has been done before.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right. This movie, it just has like kind of a limited number of scenes. I was noticing that the last time I watched it, that they're, they stick to a couple spots pretty good, just a few setups, but they're all very effective. Like all of the stuff at the restaurant, the hotel restaurant, like that whole sequence that gives us the introduction of Hillary, the whole thing you're talking about with Billy Mitchell with the megaphone. It gives us the great joke of get him needing a tie and jacket to come into the restaurant, and then you get to see him being measured in the back, and it's like he comes out with a whole new outfit. It's not just the jacket. It's all completely tailored to fit. It gives us him doing the music performance. It gives us so many things in showing him humiliating the Russian tenor kind of thing. I love all of this stuff that we're building to. And then they put that beautiful button with the "You're hog balls, sir," and setting it on fire.
As someone who's been to Germany, I can say unequivocally they eat a lot of pork and there ain't a whole lot of vegetables being served. That ain't potatoes. And potatoes, last time I checked, are not really a vegetable. I couldn't tell if that's what the joke was, but as someone who had been to Germany and knew that that's the way it is, I appreciated it. But man, what a way to end that scene. What a way to end that scene. You're hog balls.
That suit bit is so great because that's one of their rules, where you've got the joke going in the background while they get to give the exposition in the foreground. And they do that 2 or 3 times in this movie where, okay, let's get the story out, but while that's going on, let's have something funny going on in the background to keep people engaged. And I appreciate that in an exposition scene.
Like when they're eating the pizza.
Oh,
right,
God, yeah.
Right, yeah. That whole pizza scene.
which is pretty great.
The stretchy cheese.
I mean, they get a lot of mileage out of it. Let's put it that way.
Or the people landing on the giant pigeon statue.
That takes a massive shit.
You just hear the pee. I was wearing headphones when I was watching it. The pee noise was so loud. I was like, oh my God.
This is the kind of stuff that I appreciate. This is the kind of comedy I appreciate where they take the joke just a little too far. But by taking it just a little too far, it does work.
And they're doing a lot of setup and payoff. Even when it comes to the first time we see one of the Nazis, he drives up on a motorcycle and he basically ties his motorcycle to a hitching post. And then that comes back in a twist later on when they're escaping from the theater where Nick was singing, and he shoos away all of the bicycles and they all rear up like horses and take off without him. I love that. And we've got that other weird Western moment where they fall in the water and they have a whole Western saloon scene.
That's another technical masterpiece.
I
Oh
love
my
it.
God.
That and the backwards scene, it's amazing. Like in this,
like you can watch
goofy,
nothing else from this movie.
dumb movie, and you've got these two it's more of, that's why early on I said it feels like more of a movie, and it's not just that there's a lot of story in it. It's like they kind of went all out with technical stuff, the reverse thing, this underwater sequence. There's a great fade early on where two German soldiers come into frame, their backs, and then it cuts to two people dancing in that ballroom. And I'm like, they don't do that kind of shit in their other movies. They don't do that stuff in Naked Gun, and that's only 4 years down the road.
It's really well directed.
I kind of wish there was more of that in later stuff. Some of the technical wizardry of filmmaking.
Well, take the joke and keep running with it. Because, like, the underwater scene comes from an idea that they expounded upon to the literal end of the line where he leaves the saloon like it were a scene in a show. Like, they go all the way with it. And that's, I don't know, like, you're completely right. Like, when they do go all the way with it in Naked Gun, it really works. But by the third movie, it's like, wouldn't even care anymore. We're going to make specific jokes about, again, like, I can't even remember a lot of the jokes from that third Naked Gun movie because they kind of aren't anything other than like a specific parody of a specific thing. This is just kind of all over the place. Like, I don't think there was a World War II movie where they dressed up as cows.
I always point out the whole thing about, and Mark, you already talked about this, the whole contemporary angle versus the past kind of thing, and how we'll mix and match eras of jokes, and having, like, the Western stuff pretty, broad there. There's a couple jokes that are very specific, some movie references, obviously Wizard of Oz, and I think they do that in almost everything. And I think that Wizard of Oz joke is actually a callback to A Fistful of Yen, with our main character dressing up and looking exactly like Dorothy and all this kind of stuff. But anyway, I'm very curious, Chris, did you get the Pinto joke?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Oh, yeah, come on.
I wasn't sure if that is still there in pop culture. This whole, what was it? Unsafe at any speed, right? The whole Ralph Nader thing.
Yeah, if it gets hit on the bumper, it explodes.
Exactly. Okay, good. I was very curious if that was too specific to, like, 5 years
too specific
prior. Yeah.
It is way too specific, but you know what? Here's a joke that I didn't get until I watched the movie the second time. I didn't get the E.T. joke.
Is that an E.T. joke?
It's gotta be. It has to be. I don't know what else it could be.
I just figured she was excited to see him. So her tits lit up? I don't know. I mean, doesn't that happen?
Put that on a shirt. You're excited to see me. Are your tits gonna light?
Doesn't that happen? That doesn't happen with you guys? I see that all the time. When I come home.
Mark, do you live near a radioactive power plant by chance? I assume it's an E.T. joke. It glows the same way E.T.'s finger glows, the same color and that same kind of
the sound too,
glowy
the
hue.
Sound is a little reminiscent of what happens when his finger.
The one joke I never got was I didn't realize they made a JFK assassination joke in the middle of this movie when Nigel says, "My God, they're going to kill us all," and they said in the commentary, they're like, "Oh yeah, of course that's the senator," or what was it, like the
Connolly?
Yeah, John Connolly. It was just like, wow, that was okay.
I wouldn't have gotten that in a million years.
Like, oddly specific references by our friends, the history lovers over there at CAZ.
Yeah, I don't know how many Davy Crockett things are in this movie. I mean, Davy Crockett's fucking all over Naked Gun, but I don't know if he's in here at all.
I did appreciate that the East German anthem is, I think, it's like their high school anthem or something. It's credited in the credits as like adapted from the East Waukesha High School, Wisconsin anthem. It's like, what the actual fuck are you guys on about? I didn't notice the Zucker's mom in this movie. I was a little disappointed to not see her show up because she showed up in all the Naked Gun movies.
Oh, I wonder if they just couldn't fly her over to the UK.
I want to say there's another Zucker in the cast, though. Beside them, they're these German guards. And I think the chef that's holding the chicken might be a Zucker as well. And then there are the guards up in the turret of the fortress or the prison that they storm. That's another weird gag. That whole thing with the grappling hook, when he throws it in the air the first time and they freak out. I'm like, what are they freaking out about? Oh, it's
because it's going to come back and hit him on the head.
Okay.
Some of the jokes are like the thing with the guy sneezing in his hands. Like it's the same thing where it's like, is that all it is?
Right.
There's nothing else.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
Wow.
That's how I
feel about that.
That's how I feel about the grappling hook one. Like that was it. Okay. But that whole bit in their hideout when they're getting taken over by the Germans with all the different things with the windows. They're all crashed out and Nigel's got to poke the one that isn't. Deja Vu can't break the windows.
Yes, Deja, when he looks at the hammer and then like looks back and like nods at the hammer.
The tic-tac-toe, there's like every one of those people. The Albert Potatoes got a little gag because he's so short. That scene had me rolling.
That was another Wizard of Oz gag.
Which
at the door.
At the door.
Where he's
that's
way
totally
up on the
from
door.
Wizard of Oz, isn't it?
Yeah, it totally is.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's a horse of a different color.
Because again, they love their Wizard of Oz gags to the point where this movie ends with one. Literally the last line of the movie. Honestly, though, of all the specific jokes in this movie, I was surprised that they end the movie with a specific joke, but it works. It really, really works. Because those kinds of jokes tend not to work. That's almost what we bemoan through most of the Naked Gun movies, at least the later two, is like you're doing specific things and they're just not that funny. And to do that, to have Scarecrow there, and a horrifying looking version of Scarecrow, mind you.
Yeah, it's kind of a Return to Oz type Scarecrow.
I love it though that then that's it. The fucking movie's over. I wish more movies did that these days.
But there is a post-credit scene of Val Kilmer singing.
Yes, we get more singing.
Yes, with the fake Jordanaires.
And some really great fake credits too.
Mike mentioned the names of the French resistance, and Chris, you mentioned not catching everything, and I mentioned it as well. The bit with Deja Vu, it's like it's one of those. I see it coming. Haven't we met before? But then today when I watched it, and I noticed that he looks away and looks back and does a double take, like he's like we just did this joke, but that little bit of him recognizing him, I guess, just had me rolling. I had to fucking pause the movie because I was afraid I was going to miss something else. I was laughing so hard.
And then they put a pin in it at the end of the movie with Deja Vu, I'll never forget you.
Yes, I like that. The one guy who's so ultra French, he's kind of like the spokesman for them. When a message comes in, he goes, "a massage."
Yeah, I was surprised they didn't make anything else out of that. Because I was like, wait, is they're going to do something with this, right? Because this is specific. They made a point to have him say it that way. Nope.
Or when he says,
"Well, Monsieur Rivers, it seems that you have become, how do you say, indispensable?"
Indispensable.
That's what I thought.
And the little pigeon with his briefcase.
That's the thing I didn't get for the longest time was latrine, and how every time he comes in, he bursts into the room and like he's all bandaged up and falls down. So like he does that when they're at the hideout. He does that when they're at the restaurant with that pigeon you're talking about. And then he does it again at the very end when they have taken when Nigel takes Hillary. And I love he like steps on the other guy in order to get into the scene. That the framing of that, everything just works so well.
We're talking about like specific kind of strange jokes that stick out. How about a Publishers Clearinghouse joke?
That's a little dated. I mean, I know they still do the commercials, but who really even thinks of it? That was such a big deal. Like everybody thought they were going to become a millionaire because of that back then.
That's a pretty big joke. Even in Fletch, he does the whole Ed McMahon could be a winner. I mean, they do the same thing. It's like, oh my God, this probably was dated then.
I love how he says he's going to put the guy on the Montgomery Ward's mailing list.
Yeah, that's the other one that's really dated. And probably even back then, probably wouldn't have registered with a lot of people that were seeing it. If I think of, I was 15, I would have been prime target audience for this movie back then. And I don't know that I would have really gotten that joke
Well, I know at 15 or whenever I saw this the first time, I sure did not know who Mel Torme was. It wasn't until Night Court came out that I knew who Mel Torme was.
And this may be why he's in that Naked Gun movie. I was thinking, shit, what a long callback, man.
Yeah, that's the longest of callbacks.
He wrote them and why are you dissing me in your top secret movie? Shit, we upset Mel Torme. We better give him a part in one of our next movies.
It's kind of surprising he's not in it, given in Airplane they had Ethel Merman. It's not like they couldn't have gotten Mel Torme. I don't know what Mel Torme was up to in 84, but I feel like he could have popped down for a minute.
Omar Sharif is doing like an actual role, but there's no cameos that I can think of as far as like, even like, I know Little Germany sitting over there. Like that guy is not like, I've seen him in other things. He was in some of the Lindsay Anderson films. And so I'm like, I recognize him. But I always, in my mind before, I always thought it was Billy Barty. And I was like, Billy Barty, that's a great cameo. But these days they would have Danny DeVito be that.
I guess is the other cameo is Peter you were going to say it.
Cushing.
Yeah,
There
Peter
you go.
Cushing.
Thank you.
I guess that's it.
Whenever I watch one of the Hammer Frankenstein movies, because he always has a fucking magnifying glass up to his eye in those movies, which I'm sure is the gag. But now when I see that, just like, you say when you watch 0 Hour or whatever, all you can do is fill in the gags. So whenever I watch one of those Hammer Frankenstein movies now, even though I haven't seen it in decades, that's what I think of is he going to have a big old fucking eyeball when he moves that away and in his glasses?
I love the big phone, how they make it look like the phone is in the foreground so much, but it's actually in the midground.
That's that movie stuff.
That's one of the best gags in the movie. It just works so seamlessly well, and it's so smart. And it could have been a throwaway scene. There's no joke in that scene without the phone. The German translation, I think he says something. I forget exactly what it is, but there's not a gag in that scene otherwise. So just having this gigantic phone, and that's the thing that I really feel like we miss in Naked Gun 2 and 3 is weird little throwaway gags that aren't building towards something, because that gag doesn't build on anything or build towards anything. It's there and there you go. I like those. I mean, again, I know that those are probably the hardest kind of jokes to land because they seemingly have to come out of necessity, less intent. But whenever they land them, like the thing with the phone, you really just can't help but be like, man, that's so smart. Like, I wish I could come up with something like that myself, where it's just like a throwaway gag.
Talking about performances, all of the guys that play Nazis are freaking amazing.
Dim is in this. I couldn't believe it.
Does not look like him to me in this. I was just like, really? That's him? That's wow. Can't believe that's Warren Clark.
My wife and I watched a British show, one of those cop procedurals they have over there, and he was in it. And I was like, wait a minute, because all I really know him from is A Clockwork Orange. And so when I look now, I've seen a bunch of newer pictures of him. So when he came on the screen, I was like, oh shit, that's Dim. Klaus, one of the heavies towards the end when they are beating up Nick Rivers, the guy that I thought was George Wendt was also in A Clockwork Orange. And I'm like,
he looks very George Wendt, yes.
Is this not George Wendt? I couldn't find him in the credits. I was like, oh no, Klaus is some British actor.
Yeah, it's so interesting that they made this in England. And that, I mean, really, like 90% of this cast is, either expats that were living in England or British actors. And yeah, it was just wild to see all of these people.
Michael Gough.
Yeah.
Michael, fucking would play Alfred for Val Kilmer.
There you go.
And the man in the white suit.
Well, Eddie Tago. I love Eddie Tago. He's Chocolate Mousse, and he's in, I think, With Nail and I, and then, of course, he's in Raiders of the Lost Ark. He's the guy going,
I can't find Mr. Jones, Copy. I've looked everywhere. He's got to be here somewhere. Look again. I found him. Where? There.
I read on, now, of course, this is IMDb, but it said that during those laboratory scenes, the sound in the background is the sounds from Man in the White Suit, but I didn't hear any sound.
I listened very closely, and at the very beginning, when they first cut to Professor Flammond, it sounded like it to me so much that I almost had it in my notes. And I was like, I can't be sure if that's really those gurgle gloves from Man in the White Suit. But now that you say that, I believe it.
Okay. Yeah, see, I didn't listen with headphones, so I'm like, I don't hear any sound in this scene at all.
It's very, very mixed down.
Okay. I'll have to play it with headphones then, because I love that fucking sound.
I was actually very surprised. Like, I wrote in my notes that this movie has kind of a Casablanca ending, and it doesn't really. It does not, because Nick and Hillary get to go off together at the end. I guess it's just the whole waiting airplane type of thing was doing it. I was actually expecting more Casablanca nods, and then I kept thinking, where have I seen this recently? And I think it was in The Cheap Detective, right? Isn't there a whole parody of,
yeah.
Okay, yeah, because it's like all these Humphrey Bogart movies all pushed together, right?
Well, it's also that shot of the propeller of the planes, right? Like, it kind of always evokes Casablanca, at least for me, it does. So I was like, well, at least they're nodding to it. I was expecting her to say something about a hill of beans. There's somebody to say something about a hill of beans, but no hill, no beans. Scarecrow instead.
And they go off together.
And I used to think, too, that Nick would be more hesitant to help them out with their whole fight. And I kept thinking, like, oh, well, that's like, again, like Rick from Casablanca, like, oh, I stick my neck out for no one kind of thing. But he joins up with the resistance pretty quickly. And I'm laughing because I'm thinking of them looking up at the clock because there's a truck that's supposed to pick him up, and it's that amazing Hitler clock.
And then you get the giant watch.
Weird hand-drawn Hitler.
Yes. And I do have to say, every time I hang out with my friend Nick, I always have to ask him if his dad thought of his name while he was shaving.
I will say, I think, what you mentioned, Mark, the musical performances in the movie, I do think there are probably too many, as in the number 2. They probably could have done away with probably Tutti Frutti. I don't know. Like, I get it. I get why it's there. It makes sense in the scene, but I don't know. I feel like they needed to take a little bit leaner approach with some of the musical acts, because there are jokes in some of them, but some of them are just like a musical performance, which, again, Val Kilmer is fantastic. So at least there's that. It's not Ryan Gosling in La La Land who can't sing. Val Kilmer can actually sing, clearly, which is, again, given what we know about Val Kilmer, it's probably because he was practicing in front of a mirror for hours on end, singing to himself.
Well, I have to say, that's one thing about them making this a musical that is interesting to your point, Chris, is all of these songs are appropriate for the scenes. Like, oh, we want you to do a performance for us. Oh, you're at a concert. Oh, here's me singing the song that I made up when I was living at Macy's for the rest of my life kind of thing. They're all to that, even cutting a rug at the end, where it's just like, oh, I have to prove who I am. Here's this record player. I will sing to this. The thing that you could have done with a musical is just kind of like La La Land, which I hate, but it does that thing that so many musicals do where, it's that old Eddie Murphy joke about the Elvis movies where he would just find any excuse to sing a song.
Elvis, want some lemonade? Lemonade. That cool, refreshing drink.
They don't have that in this movie, and I think they actually could have done that maybe once, and just like all of a sudden the world turns up and becomes almost like an Austin Powers type of thing where everybody's singing 500 Days of Summer, everybody's singing, everybody's dancing, and then the song's over and they just go back to their normal thing. That could have actually justified one of those sidelong glances that I always put a pin in.
And honestly, that's kind of more what I was driving at, is it feels like it's less of a parody of Elvis movies and more it's just a World War II movie that happens to have an Elvis style character in it and the trappings that come along with that. But it's not a parody of those Elvis movies. And it really had the opportunity to. And those are the things that you're talking about, Mike, where at the beginning of King Creole, where it's singing a song about crawfish. Like, God, fuck off. Like, no, come on, man. Like, where movie just started. Like, give us a minute, please. No. But there's none of that here. And those conventions could have really been played with. Because, again, we know ZAZ can, even separately they can, because Jim Abrahams would with Mafia, where he plays with the conventions of Mafia movies. But that's kind of my only kind of real big gripe with the movie, is they should have done more of the parodying of the Elvis stuff in a more kind of direct way, as opposed to just, well, we just have music in the movie. That's kind of what it ends up feeling like, because they really don't even parody Elvis as a person, and they could have leaned on all kinds of weird stuff, other than the, how do you say, I only thing I know how to say is your daughter 18? Which, I mean, I get it. That's a pretty good one, but I just wish there was more of that, because again, Elvis is such a big personality. There are plenty of things to poke. There are so many angles and dimensions to poke fun at with Elvis that none of them are incorrect, and they're all up for grabs because he was such a big personality.
They didn't want to ruin their chance to work with Priscilla Presley in the future, so... And look what,
Boy,
look what
is that
happened.
what it is?
It's a life insurance
They
plan.
got her
yeah.
They got her in 3 fucking movies, so...
They got her 3 paychecks that I would not have had otherwise.
I
so.
looked on the IMDb page to see if it was listed as comedy musical, because it borders on having too many musical numbers in it. I think that bit where he is actually on stage performing for the, what he's there to do could have been cut a little bit. We didn't need 2 songs there.
Skeet Surfing is a comedy song. None of these other songs are comedy songs. I mean, Cutting the Rug, the lyrics, they're good. They're not funny, and like, how silly can you get? That's a straight up pop song. Like, these are not comedy songs. These are not like, Weird Al could write some really good lyrics. I've seen other films with like really good lyrics and that are funny, ridiculous, those kind of things. Maybe you're singing about, like, yeah, to your point, Chris, I mean, I always bring up Dominic the Impotent Bull from Stay Away Joe as far as like one of the worst Elvis movie songs.
Dominic, why are you stalling? Don't you hear love calling to you? Move your little foot do.
You've got plenty of things that you could be singing about. You could be singing about Springtime for Hitler in this movie. It would be very appropriate.
There are plenty of things that have music, that the music is funny, speaks to the narrative, and isn't even like, again, like, doesn't even verge on parody. Something like Flight of the Conchords the music's funny. It's kind of a parody, but it's more a parody of style, less a parody of a specific thing. Because, I mean, really, Skeet Surfing it's a parody of the Beach Boys, and it incorporates certain melodic progressions from Beach Boys songs, but it's not like we're going to do Kokomo and replace the words with, something else. Like, and that, I don't understand why they dropped that after the first song. I really don't. Like, actually, of all the things in this movie that make no sense, which aren't that many, that's the one that makes the least sense, because it's not a bad song. It's not super catchy, but it's not a poor parody song, and that's a very easy thing to do. It's hard to make a good parody song. So there's only one person who does it. Like, it's not easy to do. Don't do it, I guess. I guess that was the approach they went with. Do it once if you're going to do it at all, but don't do it the entire movie. I guess they maybe thought it would have gotten old after a while, but again, I don't think that would have been the case either.
Yeah, I think the only thing that qualifies it as a parody song in this movie is that Macy's song, and that's it. That's replacing Elvis's Are You Lonesome Tonight with these lyrics about shopping. That's all there is. Because if I took How Silly Can You Get or Cutting the Rug and I just threw it on a mixtape and somebody didn't know, they'd be like, oh, this is kind of a cool throwback song to the 50s. There's not like, what the hell are they saying in these lyrics? What is it? Like when you have that moment of recognition, you're listening to a funny song and you're just like, wait, did they just say what I thought they said?
Right. Like a song like Pants by Here Come the Mummies. That's a funny song that kind of parodies funk, jazz, big band music, but it's still a song that's funny. But the things that they're saying are funny, and it's not like, you know what? Again, if you're going to do a parody, it's surprising that you have just Tutti Frutti, the song, in your movies. Like, which low-key really don't fucking like that song. I don't know why. That song is not a song that I like hearing. Does that make sense? There's got to be songs like that for other people, but it's just, yeah.
All right, guys, let's go ahead. We're going to take a break, and we're going to play a whole bunch of interviews. First up, you're going to hear from Ian McNeice, who plays the novelty salesman. After that, you'll hear from Nigel himself, Chris Villiers. After that, you'll hear from screenwriter Martin Burke. And last but definitely not least, you're going to hear from writer-directors Jim Abrams and David Zucker. And we will be back with all of those right after these very brief messages.
Hello, everyone. This is Malcolm McDowell. I just want to say that this is a request to listeners of the Projection Booth podcast to become patrons of the show via patreon.com, patreon.com/projection booth. That's pretty simple. I think you can do that. It's a great show, and Mike, he provides hours of great entertainment. So now it's time to give back, my little droogies. Settle down and take a listen and have a sip of the old Moloko. And then you'll be ready for a little of the old in-out, real horror show. Bye-bye.
Working on Top Secret was pretty early on in your career. Do you mind if I ask you how you even got involved with acting?
I was very fortunate to go to a school which had a good drama department. My first ever role was a Roman soldier standing on a stage, and I just spent some time in America with my parents. I've been to Indianapolis, Indiana, with my father for a year, living there. I was about 8 or 9. I came back, I had a full American accent, so I was fully Americanized. And so I had one line in this little, standing on a stage, that there was a whole bunch of us Roman soldiers all standing in a line, and I fell asleep as the character. When I woke up, they'd all gone, and someone walked on, and I said, "Gee, Buster, which way did they go?" And the whole house, as one person, laughed out loud, and that was the drug that got me going. I just couldn't get enough of it. That one laugh that I got from a whole full auditorium was enough to get me going for the rest of my years, really. So that started me off, which was a good start, really. And so I did a lot of drama at school, and then regional theatre, Salisbury Playhouse, then LAMDA, London Academy of Music and Dramatic Art. For my first job in the theatre was Cinderella, the pantomime, and my job was to muck out the coal house where they had the 2 ponies for her golden carriage that was going to take her to the party. And I thought to myself, I can't get any lower in the theatre than shoveling the shit, really, which is what I was doing. It's only one way up from now, really. So that was it. So a lot of theatre in the early days, Royal Shakespeare Company, and then television and film. So that's how I started.
What was that division between television and film? Was it as stark as it was in the States at that same time?
You had actors who did film, you actors who did television, and that was it. There was people didn't cross over that line. You had American stars, film actors, and then you had TV actors. In England, we just crossed over all the time. People were doing film, television, film, television, film, television. But I remember in those days, it was very much so in America that you either did one or the other. You didn't cross over.
Can you tell me about some of your early roles, even before you got Top Secret?
I did a TV series called Edge of Darkness, which was a very profound show. It won a lot of BAFTAs. Had a wonderful actor called Bob Peck, who was in Jurassic Park. He was one of the ones on Eaton quite early on. But it was a fantastic show, and Marty Campbell was the director of the show, and he went on to do GoldenEye and also that sort of Spanish thing. Is it Zorro? That's right. He did Zorro, and he did lots of work. Anyway, it was one of his shows, and it was fantastic. It took off. People just couldn't gather enough of the show. It was 6 parts, and I played an MI character in it, which was, there were 2 of us, Hark Pendleton. We were the sort of MI5. We were the laughs in the show, really. But it was a very serious piece of work, and it did very, very well, and it launched me. So, I got a lot of work after that, playing that type of character. That's what happens. Once you get known for a character, everybody wants you to play that character again. So that's what I did for a while. But, in my early days, I did films. I did 84 Charing Cross Road with Anthony Hopkins, which I did there. And then in the early days, Top Secret, of course, Whoops Apocalypse was another film I did in my early days. Just trying to think back during that time. Lots of television, as I said. But yeah, really, it was basically along those lines in the early days.
So tell me how you got the role in Top Secret.
Well, it's funny enough, right? Because, I mean, I thought to myself, this is a wonderful character. But the Zucker brothers, obviously we know the Zucker brothers because there were actually three of them, the two Zucker brothers and Abrahams as well. When I went into the interview, I came up with this idea, and they'd never thought of it. And they thought, oh, my God, that's a great idea. We love that. And my idea was look, the thing is this, is that he's a spy, right? But why doesn't he get really excited and have fun with all the things that go on, you know, and just isn't this wonderful? All these little gadgets was they hadn't thought of it at all along those lines. So that's how I got it, which was great. My first scene with them was when I got shot. So I kept on asking people, who is going to play the character that I'm with, you know, next week when I come in for my day? And they went, well, that's Omar. And I went, Omar? Yeah, well, Omar. Well, I thought, who? Sharif. And I went, yeah, right. Omar Sharif, of course. Yeah, absolutely, you know. Pull the other leg, you know what I mean? Because he's a big fucking movie star, man. I mean, I'm not going to work with Omar Sharif. Who turns up on the day? Omar Sharif. And there am I thinking, oh my God, there is this legend from all these incredible movies that he's done, you know, Dr. Zhivago and all those things. And of course, Lawrence of Arabia, and there I am, you know, it's my first big movie. It's my first day on a set at Pinewood Film Studios. And what was hysterical was this, the assistant came up to me and said, oh, before we start, I'd just like to say that we booked a table in the restaurant at Pinewood for you, Mr. Sharif, at lunchtime. And went, oh, so I'll have lunch with Mr. Sharif, of course, supposed to. So the two of us turn up there. And the thing is this, is that there I am in the restaurant. It's a carvery. So, you know, which is in those days, it's like sort of roast beef and Yorkshire pudding and all the big trimmings. And so I get a plate full. My plate is heaving with food, right? I go back to the table. He's got a little green salad in front of him. That's all he has, because he's a gourmet. He only eats one meal at night, and it's a fantastic meal, but he doesn't have anything during the day. It's great, huge plate of food, and I'm thinking, oh my God, what have I done? So anyway, I'm saved, right, from any conversation with him, because the whole of the restaurant come up to him and say, hello, Omar, how are you, all the rest of it. So all these people come along and say hello, but you know, he was a pretty, so. But what was really interesting about working with them, right, was what happened, right, was you do a take, right, and the three of them would have a conversation. They'd all chat to each other, be looking at the monitor, they'd talk to each other, go back and forward, which took a while, and then one of them would come up to you and give you a note. One of them, not all three of them, just the one would come up, not the same one, it would be a different one every time, but they come up and say, oh, that's great. Well, why do we try it this way, or we want to do that, or something like that? But they'd always have a confab. They'd always talk together. The three of them would all talk together, which was fantastic. You know, it was a treat to actually work on a movie with Omar Sharif and those guys who were very sort of flavor at the time. You know, which was great.
You had to work with a lot of props. How was that?
Oh yes, because I mean that's it. I mean it's like, you know, getting those things and timing those right, which is quite. And Omar, what a star he was, because you know he had to have an exploding cigar, you know, he had to be covered in black, you know, sort of soot and great. He was a real, you know, he was a trooper. I mean, absolute trooper. And so, no, no star at all. I mean, he was absolute. There was no agenda with him. He was really, and I think he quite enjoyed it, because I mean, I think this is probably the first film he'd ever done where he was funny, because he'd always played very, very straight parts. So that was good for him. But that for once in his life, he could have fun, you know, which was great. And no attitude at all. I mean, he's completely and utterly adorable to work with. I mean, very, very up for ideas and took his notes from the directors and that. So absolutely. I mean, he was a joy to work with.
Yeah, and I do love your laughter throughout the entire scene, that you are being that spy, but also really enjoying humiliating this guy.
I just love the idea of it. It's so funny what I do. Is so funny. which worked with him. And I can't tell you, I mean, since I did that film over the years, how many people have come up to me and go, what phony dog poo? They come up and give me lines. They give me lines from the movie, that they'd quote lines from the thing, from the show and from my part, which was great, you know. it became quite a cult movie, I think, with a lot of people.
Yeah, it's so funny because when I look you up on like IMDb, it's very much your serious roles. One of your several turns, I think you've done Winston Churchill a few times, but I mostly know your Doctor Who appearance, and then Ace Ventura 2, Nature Calls. And it's just like, oh yeah, I always forget that you were in that because you can do comedy and drama without any issue.
Well, that's why I've been so lucky over the years, is that I've never really been pigeonholed. I've never been pushed into one area where that's really where I've stayed. And I'm really fortunate to have done both of those, both comedy and straight work, which is what I love doing. And it's like, I can be a plumber in Doc Martin, 1 week, which is, and then I can be a prime minister. It's like I'm really fortunate to be able to do both areas of work, really. And I think it stems from the fact that my grounding was very much theatre. In my early days, certainly in my 20s, I did an awful lot of theatre. And that is such a good groundwork for you to do work after that, really, because you time stuff so well. You can time laughters and to time stuff, and you just see your technical approach and that. It's a gift to be able to do that amount of theater, which turns into. I made a conscious effort to actually, when I first started having children, I stopped doing theater because theater pays very badly in England. So I actually stopped it, and so the next and for 17 years, I didn't do any theater. I just did TV and film. And then eventually, my agent rang me one day. She said, "Oh, I got an offer of a job for you." And I said, "Oh, great." She said, "Well, look, it's the National Theatre." And well, you know what? She said, "Hang on." It's a play about Harold Macmillan, one of our prime ministers. It's played by Jeremy Irons. Is going to play that part, and they want you to play Winston Churchill. And I went, "Oh, maybe this is the time to come back. Maybe this is my entree back into." I stood on that stage on the first night at the Littleton Theatre in London, and 1,000 people. And I think to myself, what am I doing? What on earth am I doing? I am terrified, absolutely terrified. But then it got better and it got easier, and and then I wished to myself, you know what? I should have started earlier because I enjoyed so much. It was fun to be back, So it was a shame I'd missed all those years. Really, I should have done it earlier.
How did COVID affect you?
Just before COVID hit, I actually ended up in a hospital. I had a respiratory infection, and for 3 weeks I was in a hospital in London. And I think probably it was a very early version of COVID that I got, right? So because of that, I was high risk, and they said, you know what, don't go out. So my partner, Cindy, Frankie, and I stayed in pharmacy stuff just because I was sort of susceptible to that sort of thing. But what got me through it was something called Cameo. Do you know about Cameo at all? It's a system where, if you've got someone's birthday, or you've got a sort of, wishing them happy Christmas or something like this, so they get hold of you and they say, look, would you, and they would always say, look, either would you do it as Winston Churchill, or would you do it as Bert Lars from Doc Martin? Would you do it with characters? So I would do these cameos, and I just joined them just before COVID started, and all throughout COVID, it was just the one thing that kept me sane. What I do is I'd always say, look, can you give me a lot more information so I can make it more personal, so I could give them lots of information about, were they married, do they have children, do they have pets, do they know what their favorite things were. I could put them all into the cameo, right? And I said, what's their favorite tune? And so I would put that in at the end, I'd play the tune and all that. So it was a really sort of wholesome little package, right? But it kept me going. And there was one in particular that I remember was I suddenly got this, it was a rancher from Montana, right? For him, from his children, he said, look, the thing is this, he's got this big farm, a big ranch with Black Angus cows on it, beef. He likes nothing better than coming in and watching an episode of Doc Martin in the evening. And I thought to myself, this is crazy. A rancher from Montana watching Doc Martin? So I said, you know what? Can you just record this for me? Record his reaction so I could see it and put it on WhatsApp. And they did, and it was just brilliant. There was this
this rancher with a cowboy hat on, a little mug or something, and he was watching this thing. He goes, who is this guy? Who's this guy? He knew who I was, but he's saying, is he talking to me? He's talking to me. And I was saying his name, James. He knows, is it for me? Is he, yes, it's for you, Dad, it's you. It was just brilliant, just brilliant. And at the end of it, I got in touch with him and I said, listen, I'm coming to Montana. I got to meet this guy. One day I got to meet this guy. So I'll go and see him.
What do we have to look forward to from you?
This year has been the final series of Doc Martin, which we did this year in April, May, June, July. So after 19 years, it started in 2004. So this is the 10th series, and this is going to be the final one, so we're not going to do it anymore. So that was the thing that we had to say goodbye to. But around that time, I did a couple of other things, just some cameos and things. I've been on a Ridley Scott movie called Napoleon, and Joaquin Phoenix is playing Napoleon. And that lady from The Crown who played, you'll be able to look this up, she played Margaret in the early days, Princess Margaret. Not the latest one, but the early one. She plays Josephine. And I play this wonderful character called Louis XVIII. In the original film that they did with Rod Steiger playing him, it was Orson Welles who played Louis XVIII. So I've got some shoes to fill there, I have to say. That was a treat to actually work with another legend, Ridley Scott, who's extraordinary, 80-something, still going strong, which was amazing. So that was a treat to do that. And then most recently, I've just done a mini-series for ITV, which is the same company that makes Doc Martin, about Cary Grant. Cary Grant is played by Jason Isaacs, who's a wonderful actor, and he was excellent as a Cary Grant, and it's really on his early days. The three actors play it over the 4-part mini-series. A young boy, sort of about a guy in his teens, because he was called Archie Leach originally, and he came from Bristol in London. So during the film, he gets to do some film work, and I play Alfred Hitchcock. So I'm playing him, and there's a scene from North by Northwest when he's, which I didn't realize, but that scene was actually filmed as we filmed it in a studio with a green screen. So it's like you've got him sort of with this crop duster plane flying low over him, and so we put all that in, and I play, and there's a sort of nice scene we have where Hitchcock has a Halloween party, and everything is blue, all the food is blue, it's actually happened, and so that's a treat. So playing Hitchcock, but another iconic character like Winston, so that's nice to be asked to do something like that.
I imagine you don't have to do a ton of research for Alfred Hitchcock as opposed to when you do Winston Churchill, you probably...
Yeah, I did a ton of research for Winston Churchill, but with Alfred Hitchcock, I was lucky enough to see that there's a lot of stuff with him on YouTube. So there's a lot of him talking about various things, of being interviewed, and that, so one could get some speech patterns along with that. And they did a brilliant makeup job with me. We put a bald wig on first, and then they just added some hair at the back of me. It looked terrific. It was a very impressive thing. If you want me to send some photographs to you, I can send some photographs if you want to. I'll do that, and then I'll send a few Winston for you as well. And I'll send a few things, bits and pieces for you, yeah.
Mr. McNeese, thank you so much for your time. This was so great.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome.
I went to Paris in France. I found a little romance. She was walking down the boulevard. I know I should have been good. I never thought that I would be double-crossing, baby, cross my heart. But a little rocking and a little wine got me thinking about a little Valentine. What's a lonely boy to do? She looks so fine. How silly can you get? Yeah, yeah. How silly can you get? Ooh, yeah. I never ever meant to stray, but you looked at me that way. The night was young and very made me forget. How silly can you get?
I'm so curious as far as how you even decided to get into acting. I mean, was that kind of a natural decision for you?
My first ambition ever was to be a ballet dancer. I used to put on the big march from Coppelia on our sound system. And my mother, I'll come back to my dad in a sec. My mother had these big, big mirrors. And I would run across the room and bounce on the sofa and jump in front of the mirror to see myself. And then my mother said, I was about 5, going, Christopher, you got to stop that because you're breaking the sofa. So then she gave me a conductor's baton because I used to love the idea of being in charge of the orchestra. And so I would stand in front of the mirror and conduct the last of the big march from Coppelia. Dun, 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 dun. And then one day I broke my conductor's baton trying to get the orchestra quiet. And of course, like every kid growing up, I wanted to be a cowboy and would hide behind the sofa and shoot aliens and all of that stuff. And then, of course, I wanted to be a Catholic priest, even though I'm not Catholic. But I think, and the one unifying thing of all these things is dressing up and pretending to be someone else. So about the age of like maybe 6 or 7, I decided that the one job I wanted to do was to be an actor. And my dad was a movie director who won at Berlin. My mom was an actress. My sister's an Oscar-winning film producer. My brother's an actor. So it's the only industry I really understand. And I understand it through 360 degrees. I have no idea how the internal combustion engine works. I have no idea how airplanes steady in the sky when they're made of metal and they're full of people and their luggage. That is impossible. But I understand every single bit of how you make a film or a TV show, from the pitch deck through the treatment, through the script, through getting a producer, getting a director, getting a cast, getting a budget, and editing and post-syncing and the score and all post-production and grading and releasing. So it's kind of the only thing I really get. And I got it from a very early age. And of course, then you find out that to go to drama school, you only need barely any education. You don't even really need to be able to read. So I thought, this is even better. This is ideal for me. And then my mother, who ran away, she didn't run away to the circus. She ran away to join the Royal Shakespeare Company when she was 15. She said, you're not doing that on my watch. You are going to finish your education and you're going to get a proper education. And then if you still want to be an actor, you can go and do the acting. So, okay. So I left school. I was actually expelled from school at the age of 17. And I joined the National Youth Theatre. And then I got an equity card, a SAG card in the UK, in London. And then auditioned for drama schools and got into every drama school I went for. And at that time, Central School of Speech and Drama was deemed the best. And I went to go and ask someone whose opinion I respected. And he said, you've got into RADA and Central and Guildhall and Bristol. They're like they're the top 4. I said, yeah, obviously. Which one should I go to? He said, well, at this moment, Central is the number 1. Go there. So I went there and spent 3 years there and had an absolute ball and left there and went for my first TV interview. I did some jobs in repertory theatre in the UK. And I went for my first TV interview for a job in London. I went up and met this director. And I walked out of the meeting and I walked down the corridor to go to the lift. And I heard these footsteps running after me. And it was the director. And he said, do you want to play the role? I said, yeah, I'd love to play the role. That'd be great. And he handed me the script. He said, right, it's yours. And the lift door shut. And I thought I was walking on air. I thought, wow. And it was a cop show, of course, like every bit of television is now. And I was a young policeman and I had to save the life of the policewoman who was about to get attacked. But they beat me up and I ended up in hospital with the famous policewoman standing over my bed going, but will he ever play the violin again? And that was my first TV show. So and then I did a movie called Scarlet Pimpernel. And so just, it was like, it felt like the most natural warm bath to get into. My dad was a movie director and he died when I was 3 years of age in an accident in a steel works in South Wales filming. And they were up a wooden gantry about 35 foot up in the air. And a fire broke out. And like my dickhead dad, he's like the captain of the ship. He ordered the sound crew down the ladder first and then ordered the camera crew down the ladder. and he was the last person off the bridge, by which time the ladder was on fire. So he had to jump, and he jumped 35 foot down and landed on a whole load of scrap metal, cut himself to pieces, and died 3 days later in hospital. Weirdly, the accident happened on my birthday, and apparently one of his very conscious thoughts was, I don't want to die on Chris's birthday. So he died 3 days later. But I was 3 years of age and had no memory of it. And so I grew up without a dad. We could afford a color telly, but we couldn't afford a dad. And all of my life, about 5 years ago, something like that, I made a short film in Bosnia, in Bosnian. I wrote it. I don't speak Bosnian, but a friend then translated it to Bosnian. I'd been to Bosnia quite a lot, to the Sarajevo Film Festival. And one day I was sitting there in the summer, and my assistant, who was a Bosnian girl, I said, well, you must have been a kid during the siege of Bosnia, the famous siege, the worst siege, the longest siege in modern warfare. What do you remember? What's the distinct thing that you remember? And she said, well, there was one day I was 6 years of age, and it had snowed during the night, and my dad told me to go out in the garden and collect the snow and fill the bath up with snow because there was no water, there was no heat, there was no electricity, and there was nothing, no hope. And she said, and my dad said, fill the bath up with water so when the snow melts, it'll be water. And they lived on the top floor of this apartment block, and she did it with her brother, who was 4. This sort of Herculean task of carrying buckets, plastic buckets and saucepans full of snow, and not getting shot by snipers who were, well, I went, fuck me, that's a movie. That's a fantastic short film. And I'm going to call it Snow for Water. Would you mind if I made a film of your story? She said, no. So I wrote the film and then cast it with some fabulous Bosnian actors. And I went to the film community in London and said, can you give me some money to make a Bosnian film? And they went, what? You're making a Bosnian film? You're not making a British film, you're making a Bosnian film. Go to Bosnia and get the money. So I went back to Bosnia and said, can you give me some money to make the film? And they went, Chris, we're Bosnian. We have no money. We dream of joining the EU. We have nothing. So eventually I sent 10 emails out to 10 friends and went, I need you to give me some money. And blame me down, I got enough of I got enough of a budget to make the film. You know, your dollar goes a long way in Bosnia. And, you know, you can go out for dinner with 3 people and drink some of the finest wines in Bosnia and have 3-course meal, and it won't set you back $15 for the entire thing. So you get a lot of bang for your buck in Bosnia. So I made the film and then realized that I hadn't got any budget for post-production. So I emailed these people back and said, thank you, firstly. You've been great, but I just need a little bit more. So they actually all gave me a little bit more. And then I could do the post-production. Anyway, I entered the film for the Berlinale, the film festival in Berlin, and it was selected. And my sister went, are you fucking kidding me? Your little Bosnian movie that you made for peanuts has been selected for the Berlinale. It's way more important than Cannes. It's way more important than Venice and Toronto. The Berlinale is the biggest and best film festival in the world, and you've been selected. That is like huge. Anyway, so I said, yeah, I know. We knew. So I went out to Berlin for 10 days, and there was like 4 or 5 screenings of it, and I did Q&As, not in German, obviously, all Bosnian. And then they sent me and then all my entourage of actors and people who were with me for the thing all went back to Bosnia, and I was left alone in Berlin. And I was sent an email late one night going, do you want to come to the award ceremony? And I went, yeah, I haven't. When is it? And they said, well, it's 6:30 on the Saturday night. I said, I can't. I've got a plane at 5 o'clock on the Saturday afternoon. I'm in an Airbnb in Berlin. It's finished. And they went, oh, we'd love you to come to the award ceremony. I said, I can't. They went, okay. So I rang up my sister. I said, what does that mean? What does that mean? She said, tell me exactly what they said. So I told her exactly what they said. She said, write them an email and say, if they will give you a hotel room for the night, you'll stay and you'll change your flight. And if they do that, it might mean that you've won something. Oh, brilliant. That's brilliant. That's why she's a top producer. So I sent the email going, I'd love to come to you. Give me a room for the night in your nice hotel over there, and I will stay and I'll change my flights. And they sent me an email back almost immediately going, we don't give rooms in hotels, you idiot. So I thought, oh, okay, well, obviously I haven't won anything. And I rang up my sister, and she said, well, maybe they just had some empty seats, and they wanted to fill up the seats, you know. So I went to see some movie, a screening of some movie that night on my own, and came out of the movie house and turned my phone back on. And there was an email from the Berlinale going, we will give you a hotel room for the night because we are giving you an award on Saturday night. So would you? I went to this, the Smart Hotel, I can't remember what it's called, Smart Hotel in Berlin, went up to the bar and ordered myself a nice, really nice double whiskey and sat at the bar on my own. And I thought, why isn't my dad here? You know, all the time, I mean, my dad never met my kids. My dad wasn't at my wedding. And I missed him all of those times. And I'm sitting in a bar, and he won Berlin many, many years ago with a film. And I've just been told that I'm going to win. And I remember just raising my glass and toasting him. So yeah, I made a short film, won at Berlin, and won a prize at Berlin. And so yeah, I'm steeped in this sodding industry. There really is nothing else I understand. And it's incredibly important to me. And after I made a film called First Night with Sean Connery and Richard Gere, we had a personal trainer on the movie. He wasn't paid to get me fit. He was paid by the movie to get anyone who wanted to train fit. So Julia Ormond and Richard Gere and I used to go running at like stupid o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning near Pinewood Studios. And we'd just go for like 3 or 5 mile run and come back, have a shower, go to makeup, get ready, shoot all day. So it was one day we were running through this, behind Pinewood Studios, there's a massive great park called Black Park. And we were running there, and our personal trainer was an ex-captain in the parachute regiment, an ex-special forces soldier. So he would be running in front, very straight, going, yes, and then I killed a man with my bare hands, and then I ate his legs, and then I used the other leg to beat up 3 other people, and then I killed them, and then I ate their legs, and, you know, because he's a roughy-toughy. And there's Julia Roland and Richard Gere and me go, and we get round a corner, and I turned to them and said, when we get round the corner, hide behind a tree. I said, what? Just hide behind a tree. So we all ran around the corner and hid behind trees. And this voice went off into the distance going, and then I killed another man with my bare hands, and I lived inside his body for 3 weeks, and then where are you? Where are you? This is very silly. Come out. Anyway, he eventually found us, of course, because we were like giggling like school children behind trees. And then he made us pick up an entire log of some tree and carry it all the way back as our punishment. But it was worth it for the laugh. Anyway, the end of the movie finished. And this guy, this personal trainer said, I want to start a film extras background artist agency. And I want to start it with you. And I went, really? I'm an actor. No. And he went, think about it. Don't make a decision. Think about it. So we talked about it and thought about it for a while. And lo and behold, I then thought it was a good idea. And we started the company, and we called it 2020 Casting. And there was a Luc Besson film called Fifth Element about to start. And the first AD of First Night was going to be the first AD on the Luc Besson film. And I went in to see him, and I went, give us a job, give my company a job. And he went, oh, Chris, this is a big Luc Besson film. Why should I give you the job? I said, well, you're my friend. If we fail, sack the company. And I will dissolve the company because my friendship with you is actually more important than this 2020 casting thing. And he looked at me and went, okay, I need 150 6'4" guys to be robots. Oh, God, okay. So I went out and dialed my phone, rang up this personal trainer and said, we need 150 6'4" guys to be robots. And he went, well, I better get in touch with the regiment then. So got in touch with the parachute regiment, and we had people like that. And then so we did that, and it was great. Our second film was Ken Branagh's Hamlet, and we provided all the background and all the soldiers in that. And then we did a very small film called Saving Private Ryan, where we provided the German army and the American army, but not the D-Day landings, because that was done in Ireland. And then we did Harry Potter and Elizabeth and blah, 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 Bond, lots of Bond movies and lots of other films. And in literally 3.2 seconds, we went from 0 to 60 miles an hour. And became very quickly the biggest and most successful background extras agency in the United Kingdom. So kind of everything I've ever done has been involved in this industry. And of course, like every industry, you know, those surfers in Malibu, they all wear wetsuits, they all wear black wetsuits, and they all go out and they sit on their surfboard and they feel the swell of of the water underneath them, and they're waiting for the wave. And the best way I can describe acting, I think, or frankly being in this industry, is you're waiting for the next wave. You're waiting for the swell, and then someone thinks it's a wave and starts to get up and go, and then they fall off, and it wasn't really a wave. And then a wave does come, and everyone tries to get on it, and everyone tries to surf, and maybe you're lucky. Maybe you're lucky, and that wave carries you forward a long way, and then eventually you fall off and you have to swim out. And maybe you're really lucky, like, the Ken Branaghs of this world, where that one wave carries you all the way into the beach. But most of the time, you have a wave which lasts a bit, and it's great, and then you fall off or you jump off, and then you have to swim out and wait for the next wave, and you're sitting there with a whole bunch of other people, waiting for the swell, waiting for the next wave that you're going to try and jump on board. You have the highs and the lows. You have the euphoric moments of, look at me, mama, on top of the world, and other moments of utter hell when, you can't afford to put shoes on your children's feet, let alone, baked beans on toast. And you go, what am I doing? This is the most immature thing I could ever do. And yet, I wouldn't do anything else. So, that's kind of how I got into the industry. That's a really long answer. I apologize.
Tell me about how you got the role in Top Secret. Were there many other people that were up for it?
My agent rang me up and said, Chris, I need you to go for a meeting. And could you wear some really, really tight jeans and a really tight T-shirt? What kind of job are you sending me up for? I'm not sure I really want to go for this job. I can't tell you. They won't release anything. They're going to send some sides to you. I have really no idea what the film's about. But they've asked you to wear, figure-hugging clothes. So these signs arrived in the old days before email, by post in the mail. And I read them, and there's like 6 pages of gobbledygook. There's a guy who's a singer, maybe, who's on tour. He's American, who's on tour in East Germany. And there's a guy called Nigel, who's the Torch, who's the head of the French resistance, but they're in East. None of this makes sense. But I learned the lines, and I went along wearing a ridiculously tight pair of jeans and a white T-shirt. I had no idea about Zucker, or indeed about anyone else who was up for the role. And I went in and met them, and it was immediately, Jerry and David and Jim are still really good friends. And the producer was Hunt Lowry. And whenever I'm in LA, I stay with Hunt. In fact, I went and stayed with Jim Abrams when Hunt was getting married and went to his wedding. These are really, really, really very special people who I'm immensely fond of. I think it was Jerry, or maybe Jim, I walked into the room and said, so what do you think the film's about? I think it's about some American Elvis Presley singer who's going to East Germany on a concert tour and gets hooked up into some sort of weird French resistance thing and has to rescue the scientists from their. They went, oh my God, you got it! You got it! Oh, it's fabulous! All of that from 6 pages of utter rubbish. So I walked out the room and went away thinking that was the weirdest interview I have ever been. In my very short time, I was about 21 years of age, maybe. In my very short career, that goes up there as really weird. Since then, I've been on lots of weird ones, so it was the first really weird one. I heard nothing. And then I was cast in a BBC costume drama of a Jane Austen book called Mansfield Park. Wonderful, very starry cast of good English actors. And then while I was shooting that, I had to go to the BBC because they wanted to see me about this Penelope Keith series. Penelope Keith is a very famous comedian in the UK. She's sort of like Lucille Ball, but no. She was the biggest star on British TV. And it was to play opposite her in a comedy show. And literally the day I finished filming Mansfield Park, I had to get in a car and drive to start shooting this other thing. And I rang up my agent about a week before and going, did we ever hear anything from those American guys? He said, no, we never did. He said, I'll ring up Mary Selway, who was the doyen of casting, and she cast it. I'll ring her up and see whether she ever got anything. We had no feedback, nothing. Anyway, the phone goes dead, and about 5 minutes later, he rings me up and said, you got it. And I said, what? You got the thing. They thought you were brilliant, and they thought literally the moment you walked out, you got the part. They just didn't bother to tell us. Okay, and then of course the phone goes dead again, and then his production me out going, we need you to look like a sort of Californian beach boy. We will make you a member of any gym you want to be a member of, and we need you to find a personal trainer who's going to beast you. For the next 9 weeks, I'm shooting this comedy series, and then, well, till when? Well, I know, whatever it was. They said, well, we start shooting like 10 days after that. Wow. So I rang up the BBC and went, I've just been cast in this Paramount movie. They want me to go to the gym with a personal trainer. And they said, well, what gym do you want to? So I said, well, I think it's this gym over there. They've got a really nice personal trainer with really big muscles, and I think that's what they want me to look like. He said, well, we better make sure our rehearsal rooms are just around the corner from the gym then. I went, okay. So I went to the gym, and they said, well, normally, it was different times then. Oh, normally we have girls' days and boys' days. But looking at your body, you need to come every day. So I went 7 days a week, 3 hours a day with this personal trainer, and I changed my body, and I got seriously fit, and it was a real education. And I look at it now, and I feel, that in those days, nobody had to take their shirt off. Well, actually, girls did, but no boys did. It wasn't, now, if you're a young actor in Hollywood, if you don't have a six-pack, you don't get the part. They're all expected to take their shirts off, and they've got, I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they spend, an hour and a half a day or 2 hours a day in the gym ready. So when that audition comes along, they say, oh, can you pop your shirt off? They've got that six-pack ready. In fact, I did an American show years ago with an American actor who had a very hairy chest. He used to come into makeup and cut so the hair was in the valleys. And so the mountains were the six-pack. So he used to color in his own six-pack, which was equally ludicrous. So I feel sorry for young guys these days who have to work out in the gym and make sure that they are, in perfect shape, every single day of the week. I blame Hugh Jackman because, I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he shrinks himself like that and doesn't drink any water and presumably never drinks any alcohol and lifts these huge, great muscles, weights. Because when I finished doing Top Secret, I said to the personal trainer, I said, now what do I do? I've got all these things. How do I get rid of them? You don't get rid of them. You're stuck with them. If you don't exercise, they will turn to fat. So you've got to exercise. You can stretch more, play lots of tennis or anything else, but you're stuck with them. And like Hugh Jackman must be stuck with that body now for the rest of his life. And, what's he going to be like at 70? I guess we won't see his top half. So no one will know. So I finished shooting the comedy series for the BBC, finished shooting Mansfield Park for the BBC, and then I was training 3 hours a day. And then we started shooting. And then obviously I read the script, and we had I think we had a read through, or we had something. And Jerry and David and Jim said, we have a rule, which is that we want 5 gags per page. We want 5 jokes per page. If it hasn't got 5 jokes on this page, it's not good enough. Wow. But we want you guys, the cast, to feel free to suggest anything. So the cast are now going, brilliant. We can suggest things. They said, yeah, anything. So they did, often. And David and Jerry and Jim would just turn again, no. We thought of that one, and the answer's no to that. I got one gag in it. I got one gag in it in the entire movie, which is when Lucy and I first meet and we do the whole Blue Lagoon thing. I'm wearing nothing but a loincloth and a necklace, obviously. The only gag I got in the movie is when I said, and she's taking measurements. And I said, well, why don't I give her things to measure? So what I'm thinking to her, why didn't I just do this and then she can measure my bicep? I went, oh, brilliant. And then why doesn't she just drop down and come? And they went, oh, yeah. So I actually managed to get a gag in that they hadn't thought of, which was amazing. But then also hysterically, because we've been filming for
I think it was pre-production. It was pre-production. There were Pinewood Studios, costume fittings, all that stuff going on. And I said to the second AD, second assistant director, who's this guy Val Kilmer who's playing Nick? Where is he? I want to go say hello. He said, oh no, Val doesn't want to meet you. Excuse me? Val doesn't want to meet you until you meet, finally, in the final denouement of the film, when you face off and you fight each other. That's ridiculous. Where is Val? Well, he's over there in the thing. I said, come on, let's go meet him now. So we went, me and this second assistant, I went and found Val, and I walked in and said, Val, it's Chris. Good to meet you. I'm playing Nigel, the Torch. And Val and I became best mates. He had a flat in Sloane Square in Chelsea, and I had a flat which I owned in Parsons Green. And we just became inseparable. And, it was his was it his first movie? And it was my, third movie. And he and I would go running in the morning with the girl playing Supergirl. We'd go out running in the morning, and then she'd go and be Supergirl, and we'd go off and do Top Secret. At that point, they were shooting Last Days of Pompeii at Pinewood, and the entire backlot was filled with sort of Roman amphitheaters. I walked down the corridor to my dressing room, because we were in the studio, so it wasn't trailers, it was dressing rooms. And I walked down the corridor there, and the guy showed me to my dressing room, and there was my name on the door. And opposite my door, there was Laurence Olivier's door, who was in Last Days of Pompeii. Laurence Olivier is opposite me? He said, yeah, no, Mr. Reef is just there. What? Yeah, but Laurence Olivier is going to be finishing in a couple of days because the movie's going to be wrapped on it. And I walked into my dressing room, and there's a big sitting room with sofas and chairs and a telephone. And I pick up the telephone, it works. Great. And there's a big thing of fruit, in cellophane. I don't know why people give those as gifts, but they do. And then there was another room which had makeup chairs and things, and then another room which was a bathroom with a shower and bathroom. I thought, they've given me the wrong dressing room. This is like a palace. This is where Laurence Olivier should be. I should be in the shoebox at the tail end of the corridor. They've given me, and then there was a knock at the door. And I'm like, this is so embarrassing. Anyway, I opened the door, and there's Laurence Olivier. And I think, oh, Christ, I am in the wrong dressing room. I am. I should be in the shoebox at the end of the thing. And this is his dressing room. And he's old now. And he's got lost. Or he hasn't got lost. He's found the right place. And I said, I think your dressing room's just opposite mine. And he went, no, I'm not actually Laurence Olivier. I'm a man called Harry Van Engel. And I'm Laurence Olivier's double. I went, what? And he said, yeah, I'm his double. I actually tend to appear in films more than he does. I said, I'm sorry. He said, well, all those hands turning doorknobs, that's my hand. All those long distance shots of Laurence Olivier walking up a hill, or that's me. And when it's his back walking away from, that's me. And when it's his foot, it's me. And then they can, because he's so expensive and he's Laurence Olivier. So, they pay for, and he said on the bounty, they couldn't afford to have him there for reading Anthony Hopkins' lines. So I was sitting in for Lord Olivier, reading the script, and Anthony Hopkins was sitting opposite me. And he said, Anthony Hopkins made me cry. His performance was so moving. I'm sitting there just reading the lines, and there's Anthony Hopkins, and he made me cry. And anyway, he said, I'm going to be your stand-in in the movie. I said, my stand-in? He said, yeah, when we do the lighting. And I went, what, you're going to be my stand-in? He said, yeah, if that's all right with you. And I said, it's fine with me. So, 6:15, get to Pinewood, go running, go and have a shower, get into costume, makeup, go onto the set, and there's Laurence Olivier standing there, except it's Harry Van Engel. And he said, Chris, the light's there, and this is where you come to the window, and this is where you turn around and do that. And you go, right, thanks very much. Now, fuck off and go and get me a coffee, would you? And people can go, oh my God, you're telling Laurence Olivier to fuck off. So I had a ball. One day, Val and I are walking across Pinewood to go and see a set that's being built on another soundstage around the corner. And we're just shooting the breeze, and it's like 5 o'clock, maybe 6:30 in the evening. I think maybe we've got a beer in our hands. We're done for the day. And we're just let's go and have a look and see what the set's like for the thing. And he says, yeah, great. So we go and have a beer, and we walk over there. And I said, have you got a girlfriend? And he went, yeah. I said, what's her name? And he went, Cher. I went, Cher what? And he went, just Cher. I went, okay. It's a weird name. Is she going to come over to see you while you're in London? Or is she not going to bother? I said, no, actually, she's coming over this weekend. Why didn't we meet up Saturday morning? I mean, yeah, that'd be great. Why didn't we meet in that cafe in the King's Road? Because he was at one end of the King's Road and I was at the other in Chelsea. Why didn't we meet at that cafe? And we can meet, and I'll bring Katie, who's my girlfriend. So I go home to my flat, to Katie, and went, Saturday morning, Val wants us to meet his girlfriend. She's called Cher. We're going to meet in the cafe in the King's Road. And she looked at me like I was like a total dweeb. And she went, you mean Cher? I don't know. I named Cher. He wouldn't tell me anymore. Cher. No, you mean Sonny and Cher. Cher. You mean Cher. Do you think that's Cher? Saturday morning comes and Katie and I get in a car. We drive down the King's Road and we park the car and we walk around the corner of this cafe. And there is Cher sitting in head to foot leather with her crinkly hair and dark glasses. And there's Val looking $1 million. I mean, looking, he's a good looking boy, certainly then. And Cher was just looking like, there's some people, when you meet them, they're like a sort of laser beam of light that shoots up into the sky. I spent a day with Freddie Mercury and an evening with him. And he was like that. He was like this pillar of light. I mean, he was a rock star, but he was like nothing I'd away from the public. He was quite camp and buck teeth. And when he came into the public, he became, and Cher was the same. Sitting at home, she'd come over to us or we'd go to see them and she'd curl up on the sofa without shoes on, without makeup on. The moment she stepped out of her front door, she looked like a beam of light. She looked like a superstar. I said, isn't that really tiring to do? To be like that the whole time? To have to get dressed up? I mean, it's great. Trust me, it works. And she said, Christopher, you don't understand. If I go out of my front door without makeup on, without the whole Cher thing, I'm on the front page of the National Enquirer going, Cher without makeup. He said, and she said, that is not worth it. I have to do this when I do that. And Cher and Freddie Mercury were like in the same bracket. They were like white light power torches of stardom. And I feel very blessed actually to have got to know both of them.
That must have been a very odd experience to be playing comedy, but to have to play it so seriously.
I've done a lot of comedy, not recently. It's a shame because comedy is the most serious you ever have to be. You are more serious making a comedy about where the gag is, what the gag is, and where the audience are looking. Okay, you do that in the edit, but how you build the gag to being the gag. You can be kneeling down over your dead brother and your shoulders can be heaving because you're giggling, because it's ludicrous and silly and fun and but comedy isn't like that. Comedy is, and with David and Jerry and Jim, you had 3 directors. One who would direct the foreground, Jerry, which of course was great when I did Top Secret. When I did First Night, I rang him up and said, I gather you're coming over to do a Knights in Shining Armor movie. I want to play the bad guy. And I sent him endless photographs of me as Maligan, which Ben Cross played. And he went, Chris, you're not Maligan. You're not Maligan. No, but you can be Sir Kay. So I ended up being in that movie. And so he would direct the foreground action, i.e. the principal cast. And then I think it was Jim would direct the middle area, and then David would direct the far distance. So they would constantly be looking for deep focus gags that you kind of had to watch the film 2 or 3 times to be able to go, oh, I never saw that thing in the background. But yeah, making comedy is incredibly serious. And you kind of, I mean, there was a scene in Top Secret where I discover, or the girl discovers that I'm the bad guy. And I've just been sucked off by a calf and mounted by a bull. And so I have a rather strange walk, understandably. And I'd sort of been working on my rather strange walk. And David and Jerry and Jim loved the walk, so that was good. They bought into that. Anyway, we were filming this bit where I get the girl, And she keeps on looking down towards a gun, which is just propped up against a tree over there. And she keeps on, her eyes keep flicking towards the gun. And I watch her eyes flicking towards the gun. And so I go and get the gun with my rather painful walk. And I pick up the gun and the tree falls down behind me. That's the gag. We haven't got a polystyrene tree or a balsa wood tree or even a papier-mâché tree. We've got a real tree. And we're filming it in the middle of nowhere. And they've obviously bought this tree from this farmer. And they've taken a chainsaw to the bottom of it and they put it on the hinges and they've got a crane over there out of shot to lift up the tree to put it upright again when it falls over. But it's a tree made of 100% wood. And it's not just a little spindly little, no, this is a motherfucker of a tree. We rehearse it and they go, oh yeah, and then you go over and I have to talk the whole time about whatever it is I'm talking about. And do the funny walk. And they said, and then you go over and you get the gun. And I get the gun. And then the tree falls down behind you. Great. Okay, we're going to go for a take. So I get out of my car or whatever it is I'm driving. And I start talking, looking at her. She looks towards the gun. And I do my painful walk and I carry on talking the whole time. And I pick up the gun and I hear the tree and the tree begins to fall. I'm walking away from the tree and the tree falls over. Yeah, that's great, Chris. But you got to walk slower. Okay, but there's a tree that's on hinges, which is falling down just behind me. It's not made of plastic or balsa wood or papier-mâché. It's a real tree. Yeah, I know. Just walk slower. So we do it again. And the tree gets hitched up. When I get out of the car, get out of the car, ouch, painful walk, yammer, talk, pick up the gun, walking really slowly, I think, and the tree falls down behind me. No, Chris, no. You gotta walk really slow. Okay. Shut up. And the tree gets yanked back up again. Action. I get out the car, I do my ouch, painful walk, talking all the time, look towards the gun, walk over, pick up the gun. I am walking like a snail. And I hear this tree. It misses me by 10 centimeters. And cut. Oh, Grace, that is great. Oh, my God. And I go and sit down in my chair with my name on the back, which I'm very proud of having a chair with my name on the back. I'd done 2 movies before then. I didn't have a chair with my name. Sitting down with the chair with my name on the back was it. And Omar Sharif was sat next to me and he said, Chris, do you know how much that tree missed you by? I said, no, it felt quite close, Chris. It missed you by inches. You are... And then the props guy came up to me and said, Chris, can I get you anything? And as a joke, I just said, yes, gin and tonic, ice and a slice. Because I was a bit like this, because the tree had just literally missed me by inches. But the director were happy, so I was happy. And 5 minutes later, the props guy came up with a silver salver and a cut crystal glass and a gin and bitter lemon. He said, sorry, sir, we're all out of tonic. So I sat there in the middle of this nowhere with my chair with my name on the back with Omar Sharif on a lovely, lovely summer's day, having a gin and bitter lemon for having narrowly missed being killed by a real tree in the middle of a park. There we go. And then, of course, we got to the famous underwater fight sequence where Val and I both had to train as scuba divers to be able to do it. And we trained together. And, of course, we worked out the whole fight. And not only were we wearing lead belts, but we had weights in our shoes so we couldn't float to the surface. And we were filming 20, 25 foot down in the bottom of a tank with lights. No. Lights have got electricity and water. No. But we need the lights and cameras. Cameras have electricity. Yeah, we obviously need the cameras. Lights and cameras filled with electricity underwater with Val and I and stuntmen and a set. And in fact, there's a part of it when I run at Val or I smash a chair over Val and he falls backwards over the table of the 4 guys playing poker. And then he kicks me with his legs and I whiz back through the water and smack against the bar and then pick up the gun and try and shoot him. And then the barmaid smashes the bottle over my head and the light falls down and he jumps out of the way. 2 things. One of the 4 poker players is Hunt Lowry, the producer of the movie, sitting there with his hat, because his hat's floating about 4 or 5 inches above his head, his beard, and his cards. So that's the producer. And the other thing is that to make me fly or to make either of us fly backwards through the water at a given minute, they would hook a steel wire to the back of our trousers, which would then go straight back through the set, if there was a bit of set in the way, to the side of the pool, up to the surface of the pool, and then onto the surface of the stage where we were filming at Plymouth, where the British tug-of-war team would all hold it, and Jerry Zucker would be there going, now! And then they would pull back, and you'd slide back through the water and then bang your head against the bar. But Val and I were the only people in control of the whole sequence, because we were the ones who had masks on and then a respirator in our mouths. And we would kind of decide, we'd rehearse how many blows we're going to do, because every time you get hit, you've got to blow out air. And because I'm the Brit and the baddie, and he's the American and the hero, he obviously hits me more than I hit him. So I have to blow out more air. And so we'd work out which bits, how long we would, 1, 2, 5 punches before we would, that would be a cut, and then the camera would move angles, and then we'd reshoot that little bit. And we'd stand in the water, holding each other's shoulders, breathing, which was good. Otherwise we'd drown. And then we'd take there'd be a stuntman, then we'd take our masks off and hand them to the stuntman. And then we'd hold our shoulders and go, 1, big breath. 2, even bigger breath. 3, really the biggest breath you can take. Take out our respirator, hand it to the stuntman. The stuntman would then, with flippers on, go back behind the camera. I never knew where he went. I just prayed he was paying attention and wasn't too far away. And then you'd have to look up, because they couldn't have bubbles above your head. So you had to wait for the bubbles to subside above your head. And then Val and I would start to beat each other up underwater. We both panicked once. When you just think, I have got no air left in my body. This is me without air. I've blown it all out. And the only thing you can do is reach your hand out towards where you hope the stuntman is. And you really hope he's paying attention and not sort of eyeing up the girl in the background or whatever it is. Because you're absolutely relying on him with his flippers to come in, which is going to take 5, 6, 8 seconds, to come in. And then you feel the respirator in your hand and you get it to your mouth and you breathe again. And then you're okay and you're going to live. But the worst bit of it came when they would go, and that's lunch. Oh, great. That's great. That's great for the people on dry land above us. They can just go and queue up and get their food. That's great for the guys with flippers, because they can flipper their way to the side of the pool. And Val and I are wearing lead boots with lead weights in our belts. And the only way we can get out of there is walk to the side of the pool where there's a ladder, and then gradually go up the ladder and get to dry land and take the respirator off. It took 3 weeks to shoot the 3-minute section of that movie. In fact, I was in Australia a few years ago. I got some time off, and my wife was there, and they said, why don't you go down to Jervis Bay? It's beautiful. It's lovely water. It's great bay. It's very peaceful. There's this great little village with lovely restaurants. And so, we go down there, and we've got this small apartment on the beach, which is idyllic, and we are alone, miles away from Sydney and everything and work. But we go into the town to have dinner, and we have a dinner, just the two of us. And I had a couple of glasses of wine, and we eat some food. And my wife said, we should go and get back. I said, yeah, cool. Are you going to leave that glass of wine? She's only half drunk. You're going to leave that on the table? She said, yeah, I don't really want it. I said, okay, fine, I'll have it. I nicked it. Walked out the restaurant in Australia, walked around the corner to the car, got in the car, drove around the corner, stopped by the police. They weren't looking for me. They weren't looking. It was just one of those general checks. They're just stopping every so often car. They happened to stop me, and they have this new sort of breathalyzer thing. Could you get out the car, please? So I got out of the car. They said, would you mind breathing into this thing? And now you don't have to breathe into it, like blow into it like the old things. You just hold it away from you. You said, just count 1 to 10. So I go 1, 2, 3. He said, yeah, so you've been drinking, haven't you? Yes. Well, yeah, I have. I just been for a fabulous dinner around the corner. And he said, right, well, it's against every rule in America to drink drive. And currently you're over the limit. I didn't say, well, I just necked the last bit of wine. It's probably He said, I'm going to keep you here for 10 minutes and then I'm going to breathalyze you again. If you are still over the limit, you're going to spend the night in the police station. And when you go back to the UK, you're going to have to come back here and you're going to appear in court. And this is serious stuff. We have, oh Christ. So I get back in the car and I turn to my wife, and this is actually serious. I know I'm over the limit. I've got 10 minutes to not be, which is unlikely. I might have to spend the night in the police station. This is bad. And the guy comes over and said, so what are you doing in Australia? Oh, I don't want to say I'm an actor, because then you go, oh, have I seen you in anything? And that ends up a can of worms, which you don't really. So I'm kind of loath to go down that alleyway. And my wife leans over and he goes, he's an actor. Why did you say that? You could have kept that bit quiet. We don't need to know that bit. Well, have I seen you in anything? No, here we go. I knew this was going to happen. Why don't you Google best ever underwater fight? What? What are you saying? I'm in enough trouble. Now you're telling him to Google or, He said, what? Is that? Just Google best underwater fight scene ever. Hey, Bruce, mate, come over here. You got your phone on you. This guy's an actor. He said we should Google best ever, his wife said best ever underwater fight sequence. So they Googled best ever underwater fight sequence, and there's Val and me. And he said, so what's this? I said, it's a film called Top Secret. Maybe other guys have made, Airplane and Naked Gun. And he says, is that you? Yeah, that's me, and that's Val Kilmer. And he said, so I just watch it? And yeah, just push play and watch it. And obviously I'm not drunk, and I'm talking very lucidly and going, well, then I pick up a bar stool and I smash it over. And the guy playing card, he's one of the producers. And then Val kicks me off and I go flying back, and then I pick up the gun and the bartender and they watch the whole thing and they go, that is amazing. I've never seen that. I've got to go and watch the whole film now. So we're chatting away, and he said, what else have you done? So now we ended up talking for about 35 minutes. And at the end of it, he said, right, mate, so you've actually been here for quite a long time, and it's been very entertaining, but I'm going to have to breathalyze you again. Let me remind you that if you are over the limit, then I'm going to have to take you to a police station, and you have to come back here and appear in court. So he held up the thing, but instead of holding up the thing like 2 inches away from my mouth, he held it like this far away. And instead of counting 1 to 10, he went, okay, go. 1, 2. Yeah, fine, mate. You're all right now. I want you to go home, park the car, do not drive again tonight. So, frankly, I have to thank my wife for keeping me out of jail. I also have to thank David, Jerry, and Jim for creating the best ever underwater fight sequence, because it also kept me out of jail.
Well, I'm curious what you have coming up next.
Through COVID, suddenly there's no work. There's no theater, there's no film, there's no TV, there's no industry. No one will cover COVID insurance. I thought I'd done a thing called ABC Murders with John Malkovich. I'd done a movie for US TV. I'd done another couple of things. And I thought, this is actually, I'm on quite a roll. This is quite nice. And then suddenly COVID hits, and you realize that you're flying over the edge of a precipice without a parachute and there's no safety net. And you think, is that it? Is that the end of the world? The end of my career? The end of this industry? Will any of us ever work again? I've now just got my savings. Wow. And luckily my wife isn't in the film industry. She worked for a living, and she's a proper grown-up, and she's incredibly clever. So she was trying to save the world from 7:30 in the morning to 7:30 at night, 7 days a week. Never saw her. And I was doing a lot of gardening. The garden was great. And I was also painting a lot of pictures because I thought, what can I do that's going to be the valve for my creativity? Because I need something. I know I started painting pictures, which I've had 11 exhibitions before. And one of my paintings was on sale at the Tate. It was turned into a postcard and was on sale at the Tate and National Portrait Gallery in London. And so I started painting pictures, and remarkably, without really thinking about it, I started painting pictures of lighthouses. And I thought, on spits of land with waves and sky, and I thought, why what is in my head? Why am I painting lighthouses? I mean, I do love Edward Hopper. I love Dennis Hopper too, but Edward Hopper, the painter, he did all those amazing paintings of lighthouses. But then I realized that lighthouses are meant to save us, and they're beacons of light to stop us going on the rocks. So maybe in some weird way, my subconscious was going, we need saving. And the light at the end of the beacon, the Great Gatsby green light across the harbor, we need something that will save us from this thing which has happened to the world. So I painted a lot. And then almost a year ago or so, the industry began to work again and became healthy. Healthy if you're a Marvel character, I guess. I've done 2 films. I did the Magic Mike film with Channing Tatum and Salma Hayek. Of course, it was with Thandaway Newton first. And then I did a film called Clico with Haley Bennett and a really good cast of actors. And I haven't got a lot to do in either film, actually, but I'm delighted to be in both of them. And Haley Bennett's tremendous. And it's a film about the widow Clico, the French woman who married into the Clico family. I play her dad, which is awful because I think I still look like I'm 37. But I play her dad. She goes, no, when her husband dies, played by Tom Sturridge, everyone says, well, presumably you're going to sell the vineyard. You can't run it. You're a woman. You can't possibly run the vineyard. She goes, no, I want to run the vineyard. I want to continue my husband's work. I want to make champagne. And through her perseverance and bloody-mindedness, during the Napoleonic Wars of it's the film set in 1806, she learns to make Veuve Clicquot champagne, and which becomes Veuve, the widow Clicquot. So she makes Clicquot champagne and makes it one of the greatest champagne houses in the world. And it's a wonderful story. And we filmed in France, in the rain and the mud, and we were wearing little Napoleonic slippers and stockings and breeches and slipping all over the place. But but you think, okay, we need films like that. We need films like Magic Mike, which we need date night movies for people to go and look at amazing fit dancers ripping their shirts off and doing almost impossible gymnastic dancing. Just as much as you need, the Marvel films. I just hope Tom Cruise never stops making movies. I hope Spielberg never stops making movies. I hope Meryl Streep never stops working. I found it very sad seeing Val. I mean, thrilled that he's working and thrilled that he was in the Maverick film. I mean, I thought he was going to die a few years ago. So it's great to see him still acting, still giving it his best. And I have a great deal of fondness for him, even though, of course, his reputation is legendary for being impossible. When we finished shooting, we overran the movie, Top Secret, by about 3 weeks. And Val's apartment in Sloane Square in Chelsea was up, and he couldn't elongate the rent because some other people were moving in. And he didn't want to move into a hotel, so he rang me up and said, hey, Chris, can I come stay at your place? Of course you can, Val. Of course you can. So he moved in. And he had a roll of money of like £50 notes, which was his overtime payment for the movie. It was quite a large roll of money. And he would hide it in different places, around our apartment. We never knew where it was, which is really just well. Not that we would have obviously helped ourselves, but I didn't know where it was. And one day he came back and I'd put the washing machine on and was just washing some clothes. I think I'd been to the gym or something. He said, Chris, the machine's on. I said, yeah, I'm just washing some gym stuff. He said, my money's in there. So after the wash, we opened the thing and we took the clothes out and we hung them up. And he then sat on the floor with a hairdryer drying his. So I've actually laundered Val Kilmer's money. And anyway, at the end of the at the end of the movie, at the end of the final bit, we had other things. I went to Jerry Zucker near the end of the movie. I said, you're missing a scene. He said, what? I said, yeah, you're missing interior cow. He said, oh my God, you're right. So when we were shooting the underwater fight sequence, they built a sort of A-frame and they put a big bit of canvas and they had me reverse into this A-frame. And then Jerry Zucker was the arse. So, well, I'm the arse. I'm the arsehole at the back of the cab. But the arse you see in shot is actually Jerry Zucker. And then the camera was just at the front, shooting past Jerry's arse to my face for when I get sucked off by a calf and then mounted by a bull. And I think I have a gun with me. And I think I say things like, take me to the whatever I say. So we were shooting all of that. And there's one little light in there. And then he said, okay, Chris, now you get sucked off by the cow. I said, Jerry, my mother is going to see this film. I can't give my sucked off face. That's embarrassing. My mother is going to see this. Just shut up and get on with it. So all of that's in the movie. I shouldn't have opened my big mouth and suggested interior cow. At the end of the movie, Val goes, and he doesn't, and we leave on really good. I mean, he had his issues with David, Jerry, and Jim, or they had their issues with him. You could see the embryonic Val Kilmer, which became The Doors and Willow and all those nightmare stories of the Saint and Val's antics. But you know, I mean, what is wonderful about Val, like when he did that movie Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, a long time ago, when he wasn't the main part in the film. He was a sort of character, and you thought, Val, that's what you love best. You love being a character actor. You don't particularly want to be the main guy. You don't want to have to carry the movie on your shoulders. You like being the Iceman. You like being the whoever it was in Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. You like being the smaller role where you can bring some acting talent to it, which he's got in spades, rather than being the number one character on the call sheet who's got to carry the movie on his shoulders. We finished the movie, and Val goes off. And I said, Val, before you go, you know, normally when you stay in someone's house, you know, you buy a bottle of wine or maybe a bunch of flowers or something just to say thanks. You've done nothing. You've stayed in our house for, I think it was going to be 4 days and it ended up like 5 weeks. And, you know, was it Oscar Wilde who said, you know, house guests like fish go off after 4 days? Yeah, he was off. And anyway, he left. And the movie opened in California, in Los Angeles, and I was asked to go over to LA to do some press for it. And I flew into LAX, and there was a guy there with a big sign with a Paramount Mountain on it, with my name on it. Fuck yes. This is better than having a chair with your name on. I've got a car with a thing and a mountain and Paramount Pictures. And the next day, I got driven into Paramount Studios, and they said, well, what do you want to do? You got about 10 days or whatever. We need you to do some press, but you got 10 days before, a week before the movie opens. And they put us up in a house in Malibu. And I said, well, can I get rid of the driver but keep the car? And I really want to go up Route 1. I really want to go up through Santa Barbara. I want to go up to San Francisco. And they said, yes, you can do that on one condition. Okay, what's the condition? That you drive back on Route 5 because it's direct and fast. I said, fine, I can do that. So, but before we set off on this road trip, up quite easily the most beautiful road in the world. If anyone has not been to California, go to California, rent a car, drive up Route 1 from Los Angeles all the way up to San Francisco, eat clam chowder, go to Hearst Castle, look at Santa Barbara, look at Carmel, sit and watch the ocean, watch them. It's spectacular. And then come back on Route 5. Anyway, we threw a dinner party. Lots of people came. There were 10, 12 people for dinner. But we were a bit nervous cooking. And Val was the first to arrive. And he came in with 2 huge boxes, big boxes. And he said, this is to apologize for being such a dick in London. This is for your girlfriend. And it was the most beautiful red dress. And he said, Chris, this is for you. And it was the most beautiful shirt. So I won't have a word. I mean, I've heard lots of words said against Val, but I won't have a word said against him. I'm immensely fond of him. And we had a great fun time making that movie together.
Mr. Villiers, thank you so much for your time. This has been wonderful.
That's okay.
I can't believe it's true. that I just met a girl like you. Each night I'm all alone, my heart's an empty home. To see you standing there would be my only prayer. If you could ever know how much I need you so, come make my dreams come true. I'll give my love to you, baby, please. Baby, please, baby, please. Spend this night with me.
You've had such an interesting and varied career. I mean, you're an author, journalist, you paid your own way over to Vietnam to cover the war. Then you come home and you become a filmmaker, or were you a filmmaker before you went to the war?
I was a wannabe filmmaker. I had my own 16mm camera, but basically I got bored with life here, so I decided to head for the closest war. But you talk about the varied nature of careers, probably no time in my life was as varied as when I was doing Top Secret, because I was brought into this project on a whim. There's a guy in Hollywood named Jeff Katzenberg. He's still around. He was one of the most powerful guys at a very early age. He was the head of production at Paramount in those days. Then he went on after that to take over DreamWorks and Disney and a bunch of other places. But I had had a script that was based on my experiences in Vietnam, a thing called Laughing War. And Hollywood has these kind of legendary scripts that everybody tries to read. They haven't been produced, and they're the hot scripts that haven't been produced. It just turned out that I had that kind of script that was in Laughing War, which is going nowhere, by the way. I'd been taken down to Hollywood by Dustin Hoffman. At the time, he was at its most powerful, and Columbia Pictures rented me a house in Malibu, all kinds of stuff that's almost out of the old fantasy days of Hollywood. After that ended, I was left with a script that was sort of on again, off again, and Katzenberg read the script and called me out of the blue and said, I need you to talk to these guys, these friends of mine. And I didn't know what he was talking about. I didn't have a clue. So I went in to meet him, and he explained to me that he had three of the hottest talents in Hollywood at the time, Jerry Zucker, David Zucker, and Jimmy. And he said they had this little movie that everybody knew about called Airplane, and it was the moneymaker for Paramount. And it cost next to nothing, and Paramount had made such a fortune on it that Jerry, Jim, and David, after a year after it had come out, sent out embossed cards, like invitation cards, all properly done with the proper script and everything, that said, Jerry Zucker, David Zucker, and Jim Abrams wish to announce that their movie Airplane has made so much money that Paramount Pictures can no longer hide it from them. That was the basis for Jerry, Jim, and David's aura in those days, but they had a problem. They were trying to do a spy comedy, and they were going nowhere. They just had a collection of jokes, and there was no plot. There was nothing. And Katzenberg said to me, your script has got humor in it. It's got plot in it. Will you go in and work with these guys? I had just been in Hollywood like maybe 9-10 months or something. So I thought, okay, what the hell? So I went to meet those guys, and we just hit it off. They are wonderful people, wonderful human beings. None of them had any interest in the Hollywood trappings. They all drove old cars. They weren't part of the Hollywood scene. I just liked them right away. So we agreed that I would join the team. I would be the fourth member of a trio, as it were. But there's one little problem I had, was that I was doing a real-life documentary up here, a major undercover project, and that was actually exposing the real-life spies from the Soviet KGB. So I was mixing these two worlds, reality and fiction, and not only that, reality and comedy fiction. In the most bizarre way, it was really difficult to stay sane sometimes. I would be up here sometimes, and we would take on undercover sting operations. Give you an example, we were trying to get to what they called illegals, who were Russian spies who had been sent over to America or Canada. using false names and false identities and were almost like sleepers. They were here until they were needed, and then they had to do whatever the Russians over in Moscow wanted them to do. So we were running around exposing these guys. On another time, there was a guy who was part of what was called Department V. Department V was part of espionage and sabotage and all the dirty works that you could imagine. And this guy had been sent over to North America to the Midwest and parts of Canada. And so we set up an elaborate sting operation, and I trapped this guy on camera. He didn't know he was being filmed. And he basically admitted, more or less, quite shocked and reluctantly, that he was a spy for the Russians. So, okay, that was fun. But then I would be sitting in a law firm boardroom with the three Hollywood guys, Jerry Zucker, David Zucker, and Jim Abrams, writing a fictional comedy script. And this went on for several glorious, insane months. And it was one of the most bizarre periods of my life where everything collided. It's got even crazier because the Hollywood part of it was glorious. As I said, we were working out of their lawyer's boardroom on a street called San Vicente Boulevard in West Los Angeles, not far from where I live most of the time or part of the time in Santa Monica, California. And so every morning I would drive to this lawyer's office. The four of us would march into the boardroom, close the door mostly, and we would sit down and there was a ritual. And it went on for about 4 months up until we had a script. And it would start with us talking about various things. And Jim could be talking about problems with his old Volkswagen, or Jerry Zucker with his old, as I said, these guys were definitely not Hollywood chic, cool, the kind of guys that I did not want to hang out with. Then David Zucker would have to make sure that he had organized all the raisins in his bowl of raisin bread, which he had to have every morning before we could start. All the raisins had to be organized in a perfect circle. And then he would start eating and we could start. So, okay. And that was the first hour. Then we would come up with all these jokes. And we would be laughing and howling at how great the jokes were and what geniuses we were. And by about 3:30 or 4 o'clock, we would stagger out of the boardroom past all of these lawyers in their offices who had heard this kind of zoo that was going on in the boardroom. And we would go past these guys, and these lawyers would be looking like the animals were escaping from the zoo. And they thought we were just completely demented, which we probably were. So that was the finish of the day. But we'd come back the next morning and we'd look over everything we had done that we told ourselves we were such geniuses on. And it was so brilliant. And we were totally despondent in the first hour because we just said to ourselves, this is crap. This is absolutely appalling. How can any idiot have written this stuff? So this went on and on and on. And it was like always 2 steps forward, 1 step and maybe more backwards. And we lurched finally toward a screenplay. That was the framework for how Top Secret became a movie.
I know with something like Airplane or even with Police Squad, they were based on other things. There were things like 0 Hour or M Squad, where you could really kind of take those existing properties and hang the jokes on them. Were there existing properties like that for Top Secret, or is it just kind of more of a mishmash of spy thrillers and Elvis movies?
It was partly spy movie tropes, partly spy movie cliches that they would take. Those guys were geniuses at picking out what you could parody. And they would come up with stuff that the rest of the world had just accepted as being perfect for a spy movie. And they would find that one spot, get the scalpel with things like the guy looking through a spyglass, and he's got this huge eye through the spyglass, but when he takes the glass away, he's got this huge eye anyway. I mean, they would find things that they could just parody. And it was more, Airplane had specific movies and specific references to those movies. This was more of, I'm not going to say a mashed up version of everything, but they didn't have one particular movie or one or two movies that they were parodying. It was more cliches, what had become cliches in spy movies.
Not only are you doing that, but then it's a musical as well. Are there rules around when the songs have to be in place, or how do you figure out where those musical breaks are?
That shifted all the time. And it shifted even more. It shifted even more when they got overseas to London, where they shot this thing. And obviously Val Kilmer, it partly was what Val Kilmer had the ability to do. At that time, Val Kilmer was not really a star. He was kind of like the kid who played Elvis. You know, he had come out of nowhere. And I always remember, just before they left to take off to go to film the thing, Jerry and David shared a house in the Westwood area of Los Angeles, near UCLA. And they had a party just before they were leaving. And I always remember Val Kilmer showed up with his new girlfriend, Cher. We all thought, oh God, here goes Hollywood. We're really in Hollywood now. Actually, another memory that I have, Mike, is that once the film was done and it premiered and it came out, on the first weekend, I went to a theater in Westwood, and I was there with David Zucker, and the theater was packed, and everything worked the way that we had hoped it would work. But I remember David being despondent, and I said, what is the problem? Already, Variety had called it as the #1 movie of the week in terms of box office gross. But the problem was, it was nowhere near as high as Airplane. And so David thought his career was over. Even though he had the #1 movie of the week, he was finished. It was terrible. I always remember thinking, man, I'm a long way from Toronto with these guys. I mean, you know, we would have been thrilled of the guys that I grew up with professionally in Toronto. We would have been thrilled to have the #1 movie, you know? But also, the irony is that Top Secret has become truly a cult film. I mean, weirdly, the BBC named it as one of the top 100 comedies of all time. I couldn't believe this, but it's become a real cult favorite. And you know that in Hollywood because of residuals, you know, that if a film is working all these years later and there's out there and the residuals are pouring in, or I'm going to say still coming in, then you know something is happening on that film, and it just keeps going.
From the way that you're talking, I'm thinking that you didn't go to England with them. Is that correct?
No, I was busy. I only had a certain amount of time. I forget what I was working on right after that, but I had to come back to Toronto partly because we had to finish. By the way, this film that we made in Toronto, you can find it all over YouTube. It's called The KGB Connections. And this film is all over YouTube. I had to come back for I don't know, press or publicity or something. So I did not go to England. But it was interesting. All these years later, I'm still working with those guys. I'm working with Jerry Zucker and his wife right now. You know, it was one of those things that it just keeps on going right down through the years.
What are you working on with them, if you don't mind me asking?
They brought me a project which they didn't know if it was a screenplay, a documentary, what it was, and I decided to turn it into a book. It's a true story. It's the only nonfiction book I've ever written about a guy who goes into war zones to bring out of war zones wild animals in zoos. This guy, his name is Amir Khalil, and he goes into places like Aleppo and Mosul and Sudan and sometimes Gaza, places like that, to save lions and tigers, and comes up through all sorts of war and Al-Qaeda and ISIS and all this stuff with a caravan of lions and tigers. So we are just in the process of buttoning up the book that I just finished writing about that, and we will go on to the next step.
They leave, they go over to England. You see them at the premiere. You're there at the premiere. How different or similar is that movie that you see to what was that final draft before they left?
This is going to sound kind of weird and paradoxical. It was very different, but also very much the same. By that, I mean that as we were writing the script, we would change it around. It was almost like pieces in a kaleidoscope sometimes, you know? And my job was to keep the forward momentum of the story, such as it was, going. The script with all the scenes, we were shuffling the scenes back and forth. I don't even remember what the end script was like. We had shuffled things around so much. I remember there were some things that were different, but most of the scenes, almost all the scenes were the same in some way or another. The one thing I'm not sure about is the exact order, you know, because they would change it.
I spoke with Jim and David the other night, and they're still really disappointed by Top Secret, and I can't figure out why, unless it's just the box office or what it is. What's your take on this?
It was shocking to them. If I remember correctly, the box office in that week, and this is going back many years, of course, was $6 million, which was a medium for hit movie, but in that week, it just happened to be the number one movie. They had scored so easy. They had got used to this colossal success. It's hard to exaggerate this, the success of Airplane. They were the boy geniuses. They were the boy wonders. And it's hard to exaggerate not only their kind of aura in those days, but they get colossal disappointment when it didn't gross the same as Airplane. Airplane was a freak of nature. Airplane caught the zeitgeist. Airplane was just, Airplane, you'll probably know more about this than I will, but the grosses of Airplane were much more than Top Secret. But they couldn't understand why they didn't have exactly the same kind of commercial hit. And like I said, I was sitting there wondering what their problem was.
You have written so many different types of things. I mean, you've got The Clown Murders, which sounds funny, but it's more of a thriller, I would say. And then you've got things like, you mentioned the KGB movie, pretty serious stuff. And then you've got things like the Second Civil War, which I found hilarious, but then also super scary, especially in 2022 as I'm watching this. And it's just like, how do you go back and forth between all the different types of material that you're working on?
Say, what attracts me are the two faces of drama, tragedy and comedy. And the old Shakespearean, the two faces, one smiling broadly, the other frowning severely. I love flipping those two. The screenplay that I wrote, which got me to Jerry, Jim, and David, as I said, was called Laughing War, based on my first novel. And it was about a comedian in Vietnam. And I had lived that. I stayed in a flea bag hotel. It was me and the cockroaches in the room. But on the ground floor, there was a talent agent. And the talent agent was bringing in with a guy right out of the Borscht Belt, right of the old-time, almost vaudeville guy, who would bring in these acts, including these broken-down comedians. And to me, that was the story. That was, and I used that for a book and then a screenplay, flipping those two. And I love situations like that. So when you talk about things like Second Civil War, Clonbur, The Laughing War, there's another one, The Commissar's Report, which has almost been a movie about 10 times in Hollywood. And one day they both combine the absolute seriousness of life with the glorious absurdity of it, you know? So I kind of go from one to the other and try and flip them.
I do have to commend you so much on the Second Civil War. I rewatched that one today, and wow, so good. And like I said, just, I mean, as I'm going to lunch and hearing the January 6th committee stuff and then coming back and finishing the second half of the movie.
It's interesting you mentioned that one, like, that because I know this is off topic, but that film for HBO came out during a change of management, a very unsettling, very fractious change of management. And I'm not going to say it got buried, but it never got the release it should have had. The odd thing about that, though, is I can't tell you how much I get asked about that and how much I get queries about it and on and on. I mean, it has the old Hollywood word length, it's still out there.
So other than the book that you're working on, what else is keeping you busy?
I have, at this point in my career, I managed to get involved in the most difficult film I've ever had to get going. I've been working for about 4 years on a film that we want to shoot out of Toronto, but based in Cuba, a movie based in Havana, and every single thing that could be thrown up as basically constantly, as we were about to get it going, has constantly created major problems. The first one was the Treasury Department rules under Trump changed from what they had been a few years earlier under Obama, and it was pretty much a crime to have any money going into invest in Cuba for Americans. So that threw us for a loop. Then, of course, COVID. Everybody got into COVID, and there were a lot of movies made at COVID, but Cuba had one of the most draconian lockdowns of any place on Earth, except for maybe Australia. And it was impossible for us to make the film while the lockdown was finished. The lockdown was actually removed about this time last year, and so we were all set to go, and we were ready to go in February or March. We're in February, and we got a call from the financiers, a Hollywood outfit, who rather sheepishly and embarrassed and angry said the money has vanished, and we wanted to know why has the money vanished. It turns out their money, which was coming west, was coming from Russia. So that little thing called the Ukraine war rolls all the channels, all the banking and the financing and everything else. So that hit the skids then. We are putting it together, and I realize this is too long-winded for you. We are putting it together now and expect to be shooting it next year.
Are you already working on a making-of documentary?
I don't even want to see it. I have no interest. It's been hard enough living it. It has been insane. But I'm always working on projects. But then I have another book that will be coming out as well as the one I just told you about. I'm just putting the finishing touches on another novel. So I kind of go back and forth from one thing to the other all the time.
Is the best place for people to keep up with you your website, martinburke.com? I
I haven't updated it much lately, but yeah, I need to update it. There's a whole bunch of other stuff that's got to be put on there. I'm kind of bad. I should really do that. But yeah, for now, I will be updating that soon because there'll be a lot more to go on it.
Mr. Burke, thank you so much for your time. It was so great talking with you.
Thank you, Mike. And if there's any clarifications or further questions, let me know. I'm happy to do this for certain projects, this being one of them, because I'm very fond of this crazy movie, which basically was my real introduction into Hollywood. So I'm very fond of it. So if I can do anything for you, just let me know.
Well, get out on that floor and hit that rug tonight. Well, get out on that floor and hit that rug tonight. We're gonna shake that rug till the early, early light. I said romp and stomp and slide like the devil on a thread. Yeah. I said romp and stomp and slide like the devil on a thread. Well, stay back, baby. I believe I'm on the free.
So I know that you guys actually grew up all together. Your fathers worked together, if memory serves. When did you decide to actually start the Kentucky Fried Theater? What ages were you and what brought that about?
So I'm 3 years older than David and 6 years older than Jerry. We knew each other as kids, but, back then, that's a pretty big difference in age. We didn't really connect until, what year was it, like 69?
It was 1971, or it was 71 we met outside the my dad's office building.
And we just ran into each other because David was a construction expediter and I was a insurance adjuster at the time, and we ran into each other outside a building that his dad owned, and kind of said, "What are you up to?"
I really wanted to, make movies, but that's not possible growing up in Milwaukee. So I had done a short film in college, and I described that to Jim, and Jim had an idea for a movie that he described to me, and so we said, well, we'll get together and and do something, and I think that was it.
If not, then you said shortly thereafter, you said, well, and I have access to this videotape equipment.
That was it. I thought, we probably wouldn't have gone on from there. But until I went down to Chicago and saw this show consisting of it was a videotape show running about 70 minutes. One of my dad's friends had some videotape equipment, and so he offered to lend it to us. So that really was the start of everything.
Which sounds like not a big deal, but in 1971, nobody had access to video equipment. Today, everybody's making movies on their phone all day long. But back then, nobody was doing that kind of stuff. So we really, when we started to get together, there was no competition. And we had the luxury of time to kind of figure out a voice and how we wanted to approach it all.
I mean, that probably wasn't even VHS or anything. That was probably, like 3/4 or something?
No, it was reel to reel, big, huge Sony tape deck. That's what it was. Gigantic machines and then gigantic cameras. But we were thrilled because, we could record stuff and then erase it, and it was sound and picture and everything. So,
and we could even edit.
Yeah, we could edit.
Jim, you were an insurance adjuster. Were you like the Walter Neff of your time?
Well, I like to think so. I worked for a company called American Family Insurance, where you can get all your family's protection under one roof. And I got a job there because when I was through with school, I didn't own a car. So I went and looked for jobs in the newspaper and said, if you become an insurance adjuster, you get a car. You have to drive around to accident sites, interview people who were involved in accidents and witnesses and whatnot. So the job came with a car. So I applied and got it, and it was a lot of fun. My job mostly wound up being trying to find people who were faking injuries. So I go sneaking around trying to get pictures of them playing tennis or re-roofing their houses or that kind of stuff.
So you've got access to this video equipment. You're making your own kind of comedy skits, these things. When do you say, we've got something here, we really need to act on this and take it to the next level?
Jim and I were really experimenting with the video equipment in Milwaukee. And my brother Jerry and our friend Dick Chudnow were also working in Madison. Jerry at that time was a junior in college in Madison. And they were doing some videos up there too, as well as they had Dick Chudnow had a stage company, and they were doing improvisation. So somewhere along the line, we said, well, we think we have enough material for a video if we combined it with live stage skits. So that's what we put together, and we rented a space in Madison, above a cafe, and Jim and I went up on weekends and together with Jerry and Dick, we hammered and nailed a theater together with 100, probably was 50 chairs. It was a small space. I don't even remember rehearsing the show though, but we were set to open, and then days before the show was supposed to open, the building inspector shut us down because the owner of the cafe had neglected to apply for a permit. So we moved the union, the University of Wisconsin Student Union, kind of came to the rescue and let us use a space in the union, and so we could put the show together. And that's where our first show was.
And we really hadn't rehearsed, and we figured we'd do 2 shows that night, but we ran out of material after 20 minutes.
Yeah, because we had never rehearsed.
It was a disaster.
Yeah, so we were kind of panicked. We didn't know what to do, so we called it intermission after 20 minutes. So, and then during intermission, Jerry and Jim and I debated how much money to refund because we were just going to give up. But Dick was, he was more, well-versed in theater. He and the girl in the show, Lisa Davis, then did a whole improv show for like 30 minutes after that. And that was very funny, really good. And I think the audience came away liking it. But I think we were kind of disheartened by on Monday, we got a good review in the paper. Yeah, somebody raved about it. So we decided to keep going. And then, we rented another place, Shakespeare and Company, a bookstore. So
was the first review that guy, had a good week? Was that him?
No. That was a different review. That was at Shakespeare and Company on the Regis Theater. Yeah.
Do you remember? You'll remember that review better than not. The actual verbiage.
We opened the show in, another show, this time we had rehearsed and it was a pretty good show. So, and we got a review by some guy who said, I had really good week. Some really good dope. I balled some super chicks. And the best part of the week was I saw Kentucky Fried Theater. So that puts you in, 1971, where people were.
In Madison.
How did you find the other people that ended up performing with you?
Dick had them in his improv group. That was already going, I think, at the time that Jim and Jerry and I decided to, put together a theater.
The style of your guys' comedy, there are precedents. I've seen other things kind of like it, this kind of absurdist thing that you're doing, but I've never seen anything exactly like what you guys do. What were some of your biggest influences when you were coming up?
Well, I would say Mad Magazine was a big influence because, I think they taught us that it was okay to poke fun at serious things. And, it's kind of a textbook in, spoof or satire or whatever.
There used to be a column in Mad called Scenes We'd Like to See. They'd spoof a show or something or other, and they'd said in each column, leading up to the end, everything would be done pretty straight. The actors would be pretty straight. The scenery would be pretty straight. Everything would be pretty straight. And then finally, in the last column, they'd kind of pull the rug out from everything and make their joke. And for us, the influence on us was that's a good way to approach comedy. Set it up the way people are used to seeing it in a serious movie, and then we can pull the rug out from under it at the end.
When do you say, okay, we think we can make this if we go out to Hollywood and start writing and directing out there? That's a pretty big move.
We had done the show for a year. It seemed like, probably a year in Madison, and it was packed. And we kind of used it as a way to kind of refine whatever we were doing. So we fine-tuned things, and we had 2 really good shows in Madison, and we figured we could combine them. We didn't think audiences could be that different in, any big city, whether it be LA, Chicago, or New York, or wherever. So because we were performing something new, and it was kind of, it was different than whatever was being done at that time. There were some other groups like the Committee and the Pitchell Players and Second City.
Those other groups had a sort of political bent to them, but we instinctively stayed away from politics. That just wasn't our thing. And the other thing about why California is we had a goal. We wanted to be on The Tonight Show. That was our life plan.
There were some sketch groups on The Tonight Show, and we thought, well, we could do that. We had material not really similar to what the sketch groups were doing on TV at the time, but we certainly thought we could do as well. We figured if we could just be in the Tonight Show, then we could go on to fame and fortune immediately. So we did move out. We loaded up a U-Haul truck, made the move, started another theater in L.A., which was in West L.A. on Pico Boulevard, near not too far from UCLA. So we were attracting a college crowd and a city crowd, and really within months we were asked to be on the Tonight Show.
The building where we had the theater, David had made and Dick had made a trip out to L.A. a couple months earlier and found it, and it was a vacant, dilapidated drug rehabilitation center. And so we rented the building for $300 a month and renovated it and put in the theater and seats and a control room with all the technical stuff. And we lived upstairs in an apartment upstairs, right above the theater, which was very convenient. And at first, when we opened the theater, started doing shows, the audiences were so small that after the show, we would take them upstairs and give them a tour of our apartment.
I think it was before the show.
Was it before?
Yeah, because we wanted to loosen everybody up so that, because we were embarrassed performing for, 13 people.
On a good night.
I mean, that must have been quite a shot in the arm to be able to perform on the Tonight Show.
We were very excited about it. I mean, I don't know how much good it did. I mean, the audience laughed pretty hard in the studio, but it didn't really come off that well on TV because I think it was more suited for, live stage audience.
Johnny Carson was off for the night, so Joey Bishop was the guest host. And his introduction went something like, well, I've never seen these kids. I understand they're from Milwaukee, and I'm not sure how good they are. They must be scared shitless. Please welcome Kentucky Fried Theater.
That was our national debut.
I mean, for years when we went back to Milwaukee after that, we had to apologize to people for staying up late that night.
They had to stay up 2 nights. We got bumped the first night.
What kind of material did you guys do?
Dick and Lisa did a sketch we called Adam and Eve, and then we did what we called the Right Guard Ballet, and Jerry did his fried egg, and Jim did a shaving commercial. Just there's about 6 different little blackouts.
Jerry used to do this fried egg thing where we'd just say, in the theater, he'd say, a fried egg, and he'd be sort of crouched in a ball, kneeling in the center of the stage, and then he'd go, and he'd open up and pretend he was an egg frying, and he'd kind of bounce around a little, then he'd toss himself over, and that was that bit. So maybe he worked on stage.
Other than running the theater and obviously getting on Carson, I mean, what else were you guys working at that time? Because I know eventually you would get at least one writing gig. I'm so curious about this Big John, Little John show that you're credited for.
Oh, yeah.
That was a guy who actually we had contacted to read our script. We had written the script to Airplane. This guy was Lloyd Schwartz, was the producer of Big John, Little John, a children's show. So I think he felt sorry for us. And so he hired us to write an episode, which was, not really that fun for us because it wasn't our kind of material. It was like doing a college term paper.
The show was like, if there was even some sort of rating that was softer than G rating, and that's what the show was. I mean, it was anything but the kind of stuff we would write. So
we handed in the script, and we had buried a line in there. And we got a really quick phone call from Lloyd, and he wasn't happy with it because we had put in a line, Valerie rubs a ruler in her crotch and asks Little John to smell it. And he said, guys, you don't realize that this stuff goes right to the head of the network, the head of something, and the show could get canceled from this. And then later he told us that he's the guy, the head of the of the comedy division or whatever it was a priest. So this probably wasn't going to work real well.
Yeah, when we were doing the theater, the way we would get material to spoof for the theater would be to leave the tape machine on all night. And because that's when the stupidest commercials, shows and stuff were on TV, and is stuff that was easiest to spoof. So one morning in the early 70s, we got to work and looked at what we had recorded the night before, and we recorded this movie called 0 Hour, which was a 1957 melodrama written by Arthur Haley, starring Dina Andrews and what was the
Linda Darnell, Shirley Hayden.
Yeah, and it was perfect. It was the story of a guy who was a veteran with PTSD, and he had been a pilot, and he had to chase his girlfriend onto an airplane, and she was a stewardess, and eventually he wound up having to land the plane in order to get his girlfriend back. So it was the model for Airplane, and eventually we got the rights to 0 Hour. We bought the rights for $2,500, and we wrote it as a comedy, and the story was so good. It was as though someone had given us a Christmas tree, and all we had to do is hang some ornaments on it.
That movie is so much like what you're talking about with that last panel, because it's so much like watching the movie now, watching 0 Hour now, I fill in the punchlines from Airplane. You give me this, they give us the setup, and then you give me the punchline.
Exactly.
It's amazing.
Right. Yeah. And
by 74, I want to say, Groove Tube had come out. I know Loose Shoes is later. How does Kentucky Fried Movie come out? How do you actually make that deal to make this movie?
We put our own money in making 10 minutes of it, since it was, the movie consisted of, I think, 22 different sketches. We did 4 of them, and I think we put in about $25,000 of our own money.
John Landis agreed to, it was before he did Blues Brothers or Animal House. We got to be friendly with him, and he agreed to direct the 10 minutes for free. And Bob Weiss, who's a producer who we worked with for many years after that, agreed to produce the 10 minutes for free. So that was a big step in the right direction.
We ran into an old friend of ours from Milwaukee named Kim Jorgensen, who, loved the 10 minutes, and he showed it as he ran the New Art Theater in West LA, and he ran it one Saturday night. The audience loved it, and then he showed it to his exhibitor friends in San Francisco, and they agreed to finance the feature.
It would be a few years after that before Airplane comes out. What is going on in the interim? Are you guys still running the theater? Are you just solely trying to pitch things? I mean, what's that period of time between?
We closed the theater as soon as we made the deal for Kentucky Fried Movie.
And even before that, we had recast the show, and we weren't in the show anymore, and that gave us more time to write, goof off.
But we couldn't sell that early version of Airplane, so this is when we decided to do Kentucky Fried Movie, and it's a good thing we did, because I think we kind of learned how to direct from Landis, and then went back after Kentucky Fried Movie and rewrote Airplane, and then took that out again, and it was turned down by every studio except Paramount. Michael Eisner was then the head of Paramount, and he liked the script, and so he kind of saved us.
How did the version that we see, how did that differ from that earlier version?
Oh, the first version actually had commercials in the middle of it. It broke for commercials. What was it? I think it was called Kentucky Fried Airplane.
No, actually, the first version of Airplane we called The Late Show, as if it were the experience of watching a late night TV movie. And so we had commercials. And we used the airplane story as this thing. And then we decided that we didn't need the commercials, and we started. Then we called it Kentucky Fried Airplane. It may have been called Kentucky Fried Airplane when it got to Paramount. I don't really remember. Once we got it to Paramount, they took us through a rewrite. So we did extensive rewrites, added scenes, and refined everything.
For sure, we took out the commercials. We added all the flash.
That was gone.
Oh, all the flashbacks came in from that?
Yeah.
I mean, of course, you guys didn't know this, but in 1980 and now compared to, 2022, putting in parodies of like Jaws and Saturday Night Fever, I mean, these are classics now, and it's so smart. It's not like, you're doing like the thing that just came out the previous weekend. I mean, it's so solid with the flashbacks and what you're doing with these.
I think it was the first time that a movie went out and just spoofed, various individual specific movies. I don't think Mel Brooks had done that, or whoever else was, but Mel Brooks did spoof movies, he spoofed Frankenstein or Westerns, but I don't know if he went and did specific movies.
The specific references, yeah.
I mean, I know there's a few scenes in Young Frankenstein that are very similar to Bride and the original Frankenstein, sorry. It's not nearly that rapid pace, and that rapid pace of jokes as well is just wild. I mean, the rewatchability of your material is always wonderful.
That's wonderful to hear. And that really came out of the fact that we were live stage performers who were very uncomfortable being stage performers. So we were doing a live theater and something didn't work. Goodbye, or we'll refine it, but we're moving on. And so that pace from our live stage show is kind of what led to the pace in the movies.
We found that, but when we were on stage, we kind of found that it's easier to keep an audience laughing than to start them up from scratch again. So it's very much of a, momentum. Once people were laughing, just keep them laughing. And there's no reason to stop that pace.
I've heard you guys talk about the rules and your rules of comedy. Did you ever write those down? Are those available someplace, or are they just kind of these unwritten things that you abide by and try not to break?
Interestingly, or maybe not so interestingly, we are in just about done writing a book about how we made Airplane. And the rules are in the book. And it's supposed to come out when's it like next fall?
In the fall of 23.
I know you guys had directed, and you had directed actors on stage. Were you ever intimidated by the level of actors that you're getting for something like an Airplane?
Not intimidated. It's just, I think we were in awe of all these guys because, we weren't too many years out of Milwaukee. Milwaukee is a place where things come to, and you don't see a lot of celebrities. And when you do run into a celebrity when you're in Hollywood, it's just like, and it still gets me, like I'm still kind of wowed by the whole thing. But on Airplane, we just, Robert Stack comes in, and I remember I was just surprised that he wasn't wearing a double-breasted suit and carrying a submachine gun, but you have to remember these people, they're just actors. And Stack, rather than being this humorless Elliot Ness guy, he was just jovial. He was always telling jokes and laughing, and just a fun guy to be around.
Because all those guys, we grew up on those guys. They were the hallmarks of 50s serious TV stuff. Peter Graves was in Fury, and Stack the FBI, and all that stuff. So they were our kind of childhood heroes, and to suddenly be sitting around a table with them was pretty cool. And the other, certainly meeting Kareem was huge. I mean, we've been tremendous fans of his ever since he was at UCLA. And the other one we were talking about the other day is both David and Jerry and I, but from different angles, were big fans of Ethel Merman.
Yeah, for some reason. that was cool when we cast her. There's Ethel Merman on the set. It was all fun for us.
Did you ever have any troubles with the actors as far as having to play things straight? Were they trying to mug and be funny versus just playing it as deadly serious as they eventually did?
I think there was a certain learning curve that had to be passed through by the actors. But, we told them when we first met them, we wanted them to play it as though they didn't know they were in a comedy. They caught on pretty quick. At one point, Lloyd Bridges was trying to make sense out of his lines. And I think we quickly, disavowed him of that.
Lloyd was an actor, and he believed in character and character arc and what's the guy feeling now and how many. And all we wanted to do is say the lines. We never went there. We said, that's what actors do. Once he figured that out, he was great.
I love the story of how you had to teach Robert Stack to talk more like the John Byner impersonation of Robert Stack.
Yes, because when he read those lines, he was just reading it like a normal person, not like Elliot Ness. So Jerry had to follow him around the stage while the cinematographer was lighting the set. And he was doing, Jerry was doing John Byner, doing Robert Stack.
Were you approached to do the sequel for Airplane 2?
Yes.
Yes. They did. They wanted us to do it. Well, at first, we didn't want to do any more airplane jokes.
We couldn't think of any more airplane jokes.
Yeah, we couldn't think of. Yeah, if you think of it, airplane makes a certain point, but you don't need to make the point twice. But we actually did come up with an idea, and it was, the couple flies down the plane, and Bob they're going to get married. And so he takes her home to meet his family, and it's the Corleones, the Godfather. Then it would be Airplane 2, but it wouldn't even be about an airplane. The studio loved the idea, but then I guess they went to Francis Ford Coppola, who actually did the two greatest movies ever made. And I think he wanted to still do a Godfather 3. So everybody would have been better off had we actually done it. So.
We couldn't Coppola.
Well, you're kind of presaging Mafia, or Jane Austen's Mafia, as I know it by.
Years later.
Yes, years later.
How does Police Squad come about?
I think we were looking for something to do after Airplane, some kind of follow-up. Because we were going to do Airplane 2. And there was this old TV series called M Squad, black and white, Lee Marvin, 1958. And we thought, why don't we redo that like 0 Hour?
It was the 0 Hour of half-hour cop shows in the 50s.
So, and we thought Leslie Nielsen would be perfect for it. And so that's how that happened.
And the other thing is, we couldn't figure out a whole movie to do. An hour and a half, and there was nothing. We couldn't find a movie, the equivalent of 0 Hour, to spoof. So we kind of downgraded and said, well, we'll do this half-hour TV show, see how that goes.
I've watched some of those M Squad episodes, and
you have?
Yeah, like especially the one from the very first episode of Police Squad, and just to see that Sally Decker character and how that was played out. I mean, again, brilliant stuff. I mean, the thing is that they always say it was too funny for TV. And I totally agree. I mean, it was so darn good. I mean, but when did you guys realize that you had a very short shelf life when it came to Police Squad, that it wasn't going to last for, I mean, how many episodes did they even order of it?
They ordered 6 and they screened 4, and after each episode, the ratings went down. Like the first episode was pretty good, and then it kept declining. So they canceled.
And they played them all out of order as well, or at least a couple episodes out of order.
I don't remember that.
I don't remember.
I want to say 5 was played when 2 was supposed to be played. I mean, it was just really screwy. And that screws up 2 of your great jokes in there. The garbage cans, and then the epilogue with all of the criminals that they've apprehended.
That's right. Wow.
Yeah, Leslie would say, you'll be going to the Stateville Prison along with Sally Decker and he named all the other criminals from the other shows.
I mean, there are several explanations. You had to watch the TV too closely. I think Tony Thomopoulos, or somebody told us also that in these half-hour comedies that sustain, you really lock into, identify with a character. And of course, all of our characters were just cartoons, even Leslie. So maybe that's why it didn't work. But deep down inside, we weren't that disappointed when we got canceled, because it's really a lot of work to do a half-hour show every week. You know, you have to go to writing, editing sessions, and onto the set and do stuff. So, and we're not used to working that hard.
But we could never sustain that kind of load. So then Tony Thomopoulos wanted us to try to get us to put on a laugh track, and we kind of knew that he was right, but we couldn't put it on a laugh track because it's not, the show isn't supposed to be funny. So it was we did sympathize with him, but it just wasn't right for TV.
And of course, it had the happiest of endings because it wound up in Naked Gun.
That's right.
I know you guys wrote and directed the first episode of Police Squad. When it came to the subsequent ones, you had, a couple pairs or triplets, I suppose, of writers and different directors. How much input did you have when it came to their stories? I mean, did you have like a Bible, a show Bible for that? Did you have a very solid showrunner for the show so you knew it was in good hands?
I think Pat Proft was the head writer. I don't remember that we had a Bible or knew what one was at the time for the show.
I don't think there was a showrunner. Maybe
I don't remember there was. Yeah.
Were we the showrunner?
We may have been the showrunners.
Yeah.
I do have to ask one more question about Police Squad, which was around the story of John Belushi being in one of the opening deaths. Is that true?
Yeah, it's true. And he came in one time. Here, this is true. He came in and we were talking about how he wanted to die. And he said, the way I want to die, because we killed a celebrity at the beginning, the way he wanted to die was to tie himself off and shoot up. And we, of course, said, we can't do that. So we wound up tying a big stone to his feet and dropping him to a swimming pool through the lens of a camera. So first you see the rock or whatever, and then you see his feet, and then you see it's John Belushi drowning. But he died before we could air that.
On the set, the divers were supposed to then, get him up to the surface so he could get air. But I guess there was a little hitch. They didn't get him up exactly on time, and he was kind of choking. He was choking and, spitting out water, but he was okay. And he said, "I'm okay. I'm okay." And so we all started saying Belushi was best remembered for his work on Saturday Night Live. Later, he did movies. We were telling him his own obituary.
And it was just a couple months before he actually died.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So you ended up shooting Top Secret over at Pinewood. Why Pinewood? Why was that made there rather than California?
Money. The exchange rate back then was very favorable, and we could do it. And by the way, that wound up just being a huge blessing. I mean, spending a year in London and working with that crew. I mean, most of the crew had worked on Bond movies. I mean, they were really talented, and it wound up being, even though the movie didn't work, it was a great place to shoot it.
Yeah, you guys are really down on the film when it comes to your audio commentary. Why do you say it doesn't work? I mean, for me, it's one of my favorite films. So, but I know there's that always, the outsider looking in, but what is it for you guys? Why doesn't that work for you?
The main thing is that we didn't give Val Kilmer a character arc. That was, we kind of joked that we didn't put a plot, but there was a plot. It was a definite plot. It's just that we didn't give Val Kilmer a specific character arc. He didn't, and that's so important that he's got to have something intrinsically wrong that he's got to solve. He had no character. He was just a guy.
Well, and not only was he a guy, but he was kind of a jerk. I mean, he was kind of a rock and roll star guy at the beginning. In the middle, he was a arrogant rock and roll star guy. And at the end,
he never changed.
And of course, what Dave and Jerry and I react to is it didn't get good reviews and didn't do well at the box office. So our reaction is grounded in reality.
But it has the best jokes of any movie we've ever done, I think. It's just like the jokes are great. So, and probably more jokes than Airplane. But it's a lot like, the Marx Brothers did a movie called Duck Soup, which had more jokes than Night at the Opera, yet Duck Soup flopped and Night at the Opera was a huge hit because it had, good character arcs.
And I think the other thing that we really beat ourselves up about 30 years later, or whatever, 40, is that right in front of us was this why Airplane worked. And largely, yes, the Joker Goodner, but it had a rock solid 3-act story. So people were stuck with the story. And we didn't take that lesson from Airplane. We wrote it, we made Airplane, we saw how successful it was and everything, but we failed to realize for years that a lot of that success had to do with this Arthur Haley's story, his character art and stuff. So part of the reason we beat ourselves up is that we didn't learn that lesson at the time. We thought, oh, wow, we're so cool, we can just do jokes for an hour and a half and the movie will be a success.
The way that you kind of hung jokes on 0 Hour, were there any particular films that were the inspiration? I mean, obviously you've got Blue Lagoon and things like that, but any Elvis films or spy films that you wanted to hang the jokes on for Top Secret?
Oh, there were dozens. We watched a lot of, those black and white World War II spy movies that were made during the war. And then there was, then we threw in other spoofs along the way. And the plot was kind of an amalgamation of those basic plots of those World War II spy movies. The hero is dropped behind enemy lines, links up with the French resistance. That was a theme of a lot of the movies that we watched.
And the other lesson that we didn't learn from Airplane is that if you're going to do a parody, you need to find a single genre. To try to merge, World War II movies and Elvis Presley movies, that just dissipates the focus. And if you look at any successful parody, the ones we worked on, other people, they take dead aim at a single genre. And then you can do little offshoots of making fun of this movie or that. But it's really a parody of a single genre.
And it has to be grounded in reality.
Yeah.
Another way. There wasn't much real about Top Secret. It was, Val Kilmer in his documentary said he's still trying to figure out what the movie was about.
Well, obviously, it's Dr. Paul Flammond has to be saved. So,
right. No, the plot made a lot of sense, but it wasn't the bad guys weren't East German communist soldiers. They were World War II Nazi soldiers. And Nick Rivers was from 1957. So I don't know. He played some kind of Elvis character with the audience being, from the Beatles audience.
Right.
So we showed those extras videos of the Beatles audience, and those girls did individual characters from those videos, from those Beatles audience.
Can you tell me a little bit about the songs? Because I find it an interesting mix of pre-existing with your Tutti Fruttis and then some very great original songs, especially, of course, the skeet surfing, sorry.
So here's the origin of skeet surfing. We can talk. When we were doing publicity for Airplane, Dave and Terry and I we weren't used to doing that stuff. And you basically do one interview after another for a couple months. And there's like a handful of questions any interviewer will ask. So we decided to have a contest among the three of us to see who could get the biggest lie printed from an interview. And so we would make up all this stuff during the interviews. And one of them, somebody asked, well, what do you guys do back in Southern California? And we said, well, we do skeet surfing. And we made up skeet surfing and it got printed in some, country or somewhere. Anyway, so that was the origin of skeet surfing. And I think if we got to the other music, we just wanted to come close to those 50s songs, right, David?
Yeah, it was 50s and 60s, quasi Beatles and Elvis tunes, and we there were different writers who wrote each song.
And some of them, some of them actually were writers from the 50s. He had written popular songs in the 50s and 60s.
That's right. A couple of the writers were from the band The Turtles.
Right.
And I think we thought, well, these would be big hits, and the movie would, people would stuff the theaters.
And then the score itself, the Maurice Jarre score itself, and having like the Hillary theme and everything, it's really well made.
Right, he was wonderful.
Were there any challenges of making this in England versus making it in the U.S.? I know you said that the prices were a lot better, but were there any downside to it?
We realized, like, in America, everything is about money. You can buy anything for money. And at Pinewood, if you wanted to go overtime, you couldn't just say, okay, we're going overtime, and you'll be paid, 3 times scale or whatever. It's the crew votes if they want to work overtime.
And usually they didn't.
Yeah, usually they didn't.
The other kind of wonderful thing about shooting in London is we were only allowed to have one American actor. It was Val. And we had to cast the whole rest of the movie in London. So we got, what's his name? Harry Ditson.
The guy who was he was the butler on that series. I forgot his name.
And the acting, and I remember casting sessions in London. And in London, actors act. I mean,
they were
they're busy.
Really good.
Yeah, there's a big theater community. So actors it's not as though in LA, I don't know, I guess actors have to go to workshops and stuff. But in London, they act, and they were always busy. So the quality of acting during the tryouts was just, we were blown away during the auditions.
Really, really good actors. And I think there were some American actors there, but they happened to live there, so they were eligible to be in the movie. Thought there was some of them were Americans.
Jeremy Kemp, what a face and what a great character.
He was a fish in water with that character too.
He had a good character arc. He started out really evil, and he ended up really evil.
Really good writing.
What was it like working with Val Kilmer? This was his first feature film.
Val was great. He did a great job, and we had fun with him. But sometimes I think that this is only after decades and decades later. We realized that he was a guy trained at Juilliard, and he didn't have a character.
They had the same problem Lloyd Bridges did. Like, who am I? What's going on? How am I supposed to? He's an actual actor.
He's an actual actor. So I think, Val struggled a little bit with it. And I think we probably interpreted that as moodiness or something, but decades and decades later, I think we accept some responsibility for it.
For his audition, most of the guys who came in auditioned for that part, like most people, they came in and read their lines or whatnot. Val dressed like Elvis. He learned an Elvis song, and he played the Elvis song and danced to it at his audition. Yeah, it was really cool.
Like you said, he doesn't have that arc, but I just want to like him. I guess it's just that natural affability.
Yeah, he's very likable. He really, That's true.
So you had Police Squad, which for all intents and purposes was a failure. And I'm sorry to use such a strong word, but the network was not supporting you at all. You had Top Secret, which doesn't do well at the box office, doesn't get the reviews. Do you guys think that that's it? Or do you regroup and say, we have to try something different?
After Top Secret, we thought, we didn't realize yet what the real story was with Top Secret. So we thought, well, maybe people didn't want spoof anymore. So I think that's why Ruthless People had a certain attraction for us. But I think we wanted to do a movie that was about story. But I think we never lost faith that we could still do movies again. We still wanted to do movies.
How much influence did you have on the story of Ruthless People? Because this is the first time that you're directing something that you didn't write, if memory serves.
We had very little influence. The story, Dale just wrote a wonderful farce script, and there wasn't, I don't think we worked on the script and did a little fine tuning, but it's really, if you just stand back and look at the script and follow the story, it's wonderful farce. And it was neither, it just didn't need that much work, yet. And if you were to ask Dale, even back then or today, he wasn't particularly thrilled with the way we directed it. Because, we made Danny and Bet and everybody, the whole story, very big and broad, and he had something much more subtle in mind. So he stopped coming to the set about halfway through the movie.
I remember seeing that in the theater, and the audience ate it up. It was so good.
I think we did it right. It may have not have been exactly what Dale had envisioned, but and I think we did add that videotape plot where, of course, Dale wrote where they watched the videotapes.
He wound up eating a little bit of humble pie because he hadn't directed at that point by himself. So, and then when he did, he got a little more of an idea of all that's involved.
That's right. Yeah. But he had a very successful career after that. We run into him all the time. And, there was a showing of Ruthless People somewhere, and he did the Q&A with us.
He lives pretty close by, and up until a couple of years, there's a big front yard in his house, and up until a couple of years ago, he had a big sign on his front door that said, "Fuck Trump." So everybody walking by, open street.
When it came to The Naked Gun, I've got a couple questions about that because, David, your name is the director on that one, but yet it's the team as the writers. And then Jim, same year, I think, you are directing, is it Welcome Home, Roxy Carmichael, if memory serves. Is that why it's not the three of you as directors, or did you just decide, we're going to divvy up this work a little differently? What's the story behind that?
I kind of took point on the whole Naked Gun thing. We all wrote it together, Jerry, Jim, and Pat Proft, and me. And I was always going to direct it myself. And I thought Jim was doing big business at the time.
Big business, that's what it is. I'm sorry.
Yeah, after, Ruthless People was the only, as you mentioned, was the only script that we directed together, but we hadn't written. It was a completely different vibe. For the parodies that we had done, we were all very much on the same page, and they had a very similar vision, but with Ruthless People was a whole different thing. And I remember shortly after Ruthless People, I went out to lunch with Jerry, and he said, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to work on my own. The direct quote was, I want to see how high I can fly on my own. And which made all sense in the world. There's no hostility or anything. And so that's when we started to branch out more on our own. And I think Jerry's first deal out of the box was Ghost.
Not a bad way to start off.
Not a bad way to start.
Was it Naked Gun 2.5? From the director of the brother of the director of Ghost.
Yes. Brother director of Ghost. Yeah.
Well, great.
When I saw Ghost, I called Jerry right away, and I said, "Well, of course, I love the movie, but I said, that clay modeling scene, we could spoof that. We could do that in 2.5, and there it was. It started off just the trailer, and then I put it in the actual movie.
Why did you decide to go back to the files of Police Squad? What brought that about? Or did you just say, hey, this was a really good thing and we got the shaft from the network?
I don't even think we thought that we got the shaft from the network. It's just that it worked on TV, but it was funny. It was funny enough so that, and then by that time, I think we realized that Top Secret didn't work because of plot and character. So the thinking was that if we could do Police Squad as a movie, if we paid attention to the lead character's arc. And that's what we did when we all wrote it.
In my recollection is the part of from the files of Police Squad tag is that it was in part marketing, because Police Squad did have a pretty big following even back then, and we wanted to make sure people knew what Naked Gun was about. So in part of that was just marketing. And I might say, and when we went to Paramount to pitch Police Squad, it was like the single easiest pitch.
You mean when we went to pitch Naked Gun?
I'm sorry, Naked Gun. There's a guy named Uso who ran the studio back then, and we went to the commissary at Paramount, and we sat down and said, we're thinking about doing a movie based on Police Squad. That was it. It was so simple. And to his credit, God bless him, he saw that.
I think Naked Gun 2.5 is one of the few sequels that actually made more money than the original one did. Do you think that it was just that you had to reintroduce these characters in the first one and then people were just waiting for the second one?
I mean, they enjoyed the first one so much, I guess they wanted to be there for the second one.
Like you had said, David, by then, Leslie was a movie star. We made Airplane. It wasn't really a movie. And Naked Gun, here's the guy from, but after the first Naked Gun, Leslie was a movie star.
He was a movie star, yeah.
The third movie, what happened with that? Why didn't you direct that one, David?
I wasn't interested in it anymore. I wanted to do another movie, and we hired another director to do it, and that's what happened.
You've got the book on the making of Airplane coming out. What else are you guys working on these days, if anything?
I have 2 scripts that I've completed that, one is, financed if we get a star. So we're working on getting a lead actor for it. And, cause that'll only take 3 or 4 more years. I think we will have that done. And then, that's what I'm working on.
And Jerry is working I think for almost the last 10 years, has been working, maybe 7, on a Broadway musical. And he's been fighting that fight. And I think maybe they're going to get a chance to preview it in London. And I've spent really the last almost 30 years working on a not-for-profit foundation that advocates for diabetes for it.
Oh, is that the whole ketogenic thing that you're doing?
Yes. Yeah. And that's been a whole completely different career. Literally all those years in the movie business, I think our whole life, were about finding things to laugh at. Then I got into this thing, and my kid got really sick, and I haven't made a joke about that in 30 years.
You guys have been friends and working together for, over 50 years now. Do you still hang out on a pretty regular basis?
During the football season, yes. We're all here at my house watching the Packer games. And yeah. So we do hang out, parties, and, we just get-togethers, and we're in touch all the time.
And actually, this season there's been a lot more time to talk at the Packer games because they sucked.
Mr. Abrams, Mr. Zucker, I don't tend to do this. I don't tend to gush, but I have to tell you, I'm so thrilled that I was able to talk to you today. This has been fantastic. I've been such a fan of your work for so many years. This has really, truly been wonderful.
Great.
Oh,
cool.
thank you. Our pleasure. Sure.
Yeah, we've had fun.
Are you lonesome tonight? Is your kitchen a sight? Is your wardrobe all run down and bare? Is your lipstick all smeared? Are your stockings not sheer? Do they make your legs show all your hair? Do the tears on your pillow roll down as you turn? Do they short out the blanket and make the sheets burn? Is your heart filled with pain? Will you come back again? Shop at Macy's and love me tonight.
All right, guys, we're back and we were talking about Top Secret, and I think we covered a lot of this. I was hoping to kind of put this in the place of the ZAZ canon. I think we did a pretty good job with it, but having sat through Airplane now, all the police squads, all the Naked Guns, and we talked a little bit at the very beginning as far as where we would put this in the pantheon, but I just kind of want to get some last thoughts from us as we've gone on this whole journey. It's a journey I wouldn't mind continuing someday if we ever want to branch off into like Zuckerville and Abrams films, those kind of things. But I don't know. Not this show. Not From the Files of Police Squad. I think we put the capstone on that one. So
until the reboot comes out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
shit, we are. We're going to have to do a trailer reaction video too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my. Oh, whoa. Yeah, man. That's crazy. Remember that callback? Whoa. OJ's in the movie.
I'm getting my face ready for the thumbnail.
I mean, if they don't have OJ Simpson in the reboot, they're missing out on an opportunity to make all kinds of jokes, right?
Hey, he's free, right? So
God.
Oh,
They'll
he's
get
free.
Kato Kalin as Nordberg.
Yeah, right. He's home free. You know, I'm really glad we watched all of these movies together and TV shows, because to get to this point, it kind of all coalesced while watching Top Secret, as it were. Like, this will probably be the one that I remember out of everything that we've watched, not only because it's the only thing I hadn't seen, but it's the thing I think I ultimately enjoyed the most, even more so than Airplane, which I, like you said, Mark, like Airplane, I would say this much, this might be my favorite thing that they've done, all three of them, but I can 100% understand why Airplane is the better movie and more important movie. But this might be, having watched it twice now and wanting to watch it a third time, this might be my current favorite thing that I've seen of theirs.
And this is, I think for me, I'll remember, because I even remembered some of this movie having not seen it in over 30 years. Peter Cushing, Eyeball, I mean, that's, you know, the phone, a lot of the sight gags I can recall from the very first times I've watched it. It's like Airplane, where those things will settle with me. I can barely remember 90% of the Naked Gun films that we've watched fairly recently. Like, I can't remember what one had the dance scene that is sort of a callback to this movie. I don't know if that's in 1, 2, or 3, because they all sort of mix together. I think I still prefer Airplane, and I do have a soft spot for Kentucky Fried Movie. I really enjoy that. I don't watch it very often, but a lot of times when I want to watch a skit-like movie like that, it will be Kentucky Fried Movie above, you know, like Groove Tube or some of the other ones that came out around that same time. You know, I know they didn't direct that one, but still, I hold that one pretty high up on the list too. This, for what we've watched, this is definitely second only to Airplane, and then Police Squad. Some of the episodes of Police Squad would take up, you know, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, and then on down to Naked Gun.
The Locksmith episode, that and the pilot, the first episode, those two are probably my favorites of the police squads. And I used to think that I loved all of them, and I think I like all of them, but I think some are definitely more successful than others. There are a few that I love, few that I would take home to meet my mother.
I still think that first Naked Gun is really good, though. It has some of the, it has some of the best gags, and it has some of the best repurposed versions of the gags, too, in all of the things that we've seen. But it also has some of the best original sequences, like in Vincent Ludwig's apartment, assault with a concrete dildo, Frank, like all of that. Everything in the third act of the movie is about as solid as you would hope for out of a comedy film of that ilk. But, I've never seen Kentucky Fried Movie. That's on the short list of things to watch now because of having done this with y'all. But the flavor of all of this is really the same, though. It's vanilla, French vanilla, old-style vanilla, homemade vanilla. Like, it's all... I'm not saying it's vanilla as in it's plain, but I'm just more speaking to the idea that you can have similar flavors of the same base idea. And I think that jokes every 5 seconds constantly, regardless of what it is really... the base idea here is just bombard the audience with jokes. And that is always the case. That is never not the case in any of these. That is the through line. If there is any through line, it's bombarding you with jokes. And there are not very many things, if anything, other than these kinds of movies that are really successful with that base premise of constant joke bombardment. Because we've seen what it looks like, even with Leslie Nielsen later in his career, where people would go, hey, I've seen them do that with Leslie Nielsen. I can do that. And it's like, no, you cannot. Because ZAZ could barely even do it later on with him as well.
And other than those two, the askance look and the direct fourth wall breaking, there is zero mugging in this movie. No one,
which is much appreciated.
No one pays attention to the gag. And it just seemed like they abandoned that pretty much after this film.
And I love that in this movie. Everybody is the straight man. I love that. Again, that's the other thing that I wish I could say was a through line in ZAZ stuff. But like you just said, Mark, it is so not after this point. Again, it is a little bit in the Police Squad show, but they drop it pretty quickly there too. Because I guess it gets boring to have your characters not acknowledge the weird things that are going on.
Yeah, which I would disagree with.
I don't know what push away from it was. I would be curious to hear if they've ever addressed that anywhere. Because it's a very conscious choice to go away from the straight man is the purpose of the piece, and everything else happening around him is the comedy. They really dropped that, and it's a shame.
It is. Yeah, this for me is where things take a turn, after this is what I'd say. So I'm all about, I already said my favorites of their stuff. And Chris, I can't wait for you to see Kentucky Fried Movie, because there's actually a call out to Nebraska in the movie. One of my favorite lines of the entire film.
Big Jim, former tight end for the Kansas City Chiefs, is outfitted with various whips, chains, and a sexual appetite that will knock your socks off. Big Jim has satisfied women throughout the world, and the capital of Nebraska is Lincoln.
We in this little landlocked state get a shout out. It's an oddly specific a joke as using your high school's anthem for the East or the West German national anthem. It's as oddly specific a joke as that. Yeah, East German. Yeah,
and the East German Olympic.
Oh my God!
That was a big that when that joke comes up, I'm like, I remember those days because their track and field team and their swim teams always got called into question. They got tested,
but I'd like to point out that the Russian.
Their estrogen levels.
Russian Olympians are still doing it, man.
Oh, God, yeah. Yeah, I saw that Icarus documentary. Holy shit.
Yeah, they're still doing it as recently as last year.
One thing I really wanted to quickly call out here, because I think we talked about this behind the scenes when we were doing the Police Squad series, is we noticed that the poster for Airplane is an airplane with a knot in it. There are posters for Top Secret with a submarine with a knot in it, which I think is supposed to call to Dr. Flammond and the whole submarine that crashes through the wall. And then was a Naked Gun. I think the cover page for it was a gun with a knot in it. And it was like this whole thing that they were doing, but then they loved the image of the cow with the boots so much that became the image for Top Secret. So, like, if you go to other countries, that's the image is the submarine on the poster, but here in the States, it was always the cow. I had never seen that submarine poster until we started to do this show.
And that's too bad.
Given that there's a submarine, I'm kind of surprised that there wasn't even a singular mention of Das Boot anywhere, other than maybe the cow wearing boots.
Das Boots.
I don't know why they dropped those. I don't know. There's some things that they could have just kept doing that I wouldn't have complained about. Like, keep those through lines. But the cow with the boots on is funny.
It's pretty iconic.
Come on.
Although,
it's a great image.
I would have loved to see that not thing continue through all those.
Now, it's funnier to have Frank Drebin with his foot over his head. That's the really
like
funny
this.
thing.
Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Chris, coming by to talk about Top Secret, kind of putting that final note on our whole series, which is available, as we said, over at weirdingwaymedia.com from the Files of Police Squad in color. So, Mark, if people want to hear more of your dulcet tones, where should they go?
You can listen to me on 3 different shows currently. The aforementioned From the Files of Police Squad in color, over there on weirdingwaymedia.com. And I have 2 other shows. One is called Cambridge in with Sean, and it's me and my friend Ronald Zerigian talking about childhood obsessions that kind of shaped who we are today as adults. And that is a monthly show. And the first episode is out. The second one will probably be out when this is out. And I think we are releasing them the first Tuesday of the month. So you can find that as well at weirdingwaymedia.com. And then my main show is Wake Up Heavy Recollections of Horror, where I talk about mostly horror films. And Mike and Chris have been guests numerous times on that, as well as some other folks. And a lot of times it's just me or me and my daughter chatting about scary movies. And you can find that at weirdingwaymedia.com or at wakeupheavy.com or anywhere you listen to podcasts.
And Chris, how about yourself?
Well, I'm going to echo everything Mark said. You can find the stuff that I work on at weirdingwaymedia.com, but as one of the 2 founders of the network, it would not be a good idea to plug my own shows, so I'll take an opportunity to plug some other shows like Susan Lambert-Haddam's 80s TV Ladies, which talks about TV shows from the 80s that had female leads, or a brand new show on the network, Noise Junkies, which is hosted by Mondo Heather's Heather Drain, Night Mr. Walters, HP, and everybody's irascible fellow Father Malone of many podcast hosting opportunities. The 3 of them talking about music. So those are all things you can find at Weirding Way Media, along with the stuff that I work on. But come on, you want to hear what other people have to say, not me.
Well, and if you want to hear more what I have to say, check out all of my stuff also over at weirdingwaymedia.com, where Chris and I also talk about Columbo. We used to talk about Kolchak. We used to talk about, I think there are still episodes coming out of Twilight Zone 85. We talk about Night Gallery now. All of those shows over at weirdingwaymedia.com.
Barney Miller.
Thank you, everybody. Oh, yes.
And Barney Miller.
And Barney Miller.
We love our 70s
Rankin
TV
and
shows.
Bass.
Jesus Christ. I wasn't going to list all of them.
Oh.
It was just a flavoring.
But Mark was.
Just a little flavor.
I need to listen to that new music podcast. That sounds great.
Yeah.
He needs. Mark wants you to give away all 31 right here. All 31 flavors.
Yeah.
Do the Police Squad bit, and at the end, go through the whole fucking list, and then your last one is and the projection
Sally
booth.
Decker.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, thank you guys for being on the show. Thanks to everybody for listening. Thanks especially to our Patreon community. If you want to join the community, visit patreon.com/projection booth. Every donation we get helps the projection booth take over the world.
If everybody had a 12 gauge and a surfboard too, you'd see them shooting and surfing, hear them Malibu, because it's totally bitchin', riding waves to glass clay pigeons. And it's so neat shooting ski while you're riding on the heavies all day. First wave, don't get tired. Second wave, aim higher. Third wave, pull it higher. Skeet surfing. It's alright. We're waxing down our surfboards and loading up our traps. Tell the teacher we're shooting. We're never coming back. I've got a gun rack in my Chevy for when the surf and the flat get heavy. And we'll have fun with our guns till a lifeguard takes our amber away. First wave, don't get tired. Second wave, aim higher. Third wave, pull us higher. First wave, get the knack. Second wave, pull the trap. Third wave, how's that? It's alright. Sharing sunsets with my favorite girl. When we shoot the curl, we really shoot the curl. First wave, don't get tired. Second wave, aim higher. Third wave, pull and fire. First wave, get the knack. Second wave, pull the trap. Third wave, how's that? I wish they all could be double-barreled. Wish they all could be double-barreled guns.